Hey, yo, it's me, Pops Van Marmalade, and you're watching the Comics-Related Madness Network. Uh-huh. So come get some. CromCon. CromCon.
In a world where creatures of myth and legend exist, a covert task force is charged with keeping humanity safe from supernatural threats. And when young Nancy Moon stumbles into the eternal battle between good and evil, she finds...
Oh my god, will you shut up? What's happening? Agent Beckett here. Aren't you tired of stuff like that? Want something different? Roll the tape. Whoops. Sorry about that. That's a song I'm writing for my ex. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's more like it. Alrighty. Welcome to the world of the mythicals. We have it all. Monsters. Magic. Government agents. He's the strong silent type. This guy. Ugh, gross, dude. Get some kind of cream or something. Lots of 90s style action. Pew pew pew. And that strong female lead alluded to earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention a dashing field commander with a great sense of fashion. Look at those glasses. South River Studios presents The Mythicals, Issue 1. Buy it, if you dare. Ugh. Will you can it already? How'd you get free? Now beat it before I lose my cool. So what are you waiting for? Sign up today. Like right now.
Sign up today on Indiegogo.
Bringing you sex, sass, and style. Buckle up and unlock your imagination for a fun adventure with these death-dealing dames. They sail the galaxy in search of spoils. The most dangerous acquisition, and the most fruitful, are the legendary Splinters of Yggdrasil. The Splinters are magical artifacts forged from the Tree of Life that wreak havoc on the universe. The missions are perilous, but the bounty is glorious. Enjoy our hyper-fictional wonderland. How is a pirate ship sailing through space? 'Cause magic. How do they heal so quickly after battle? 'Cause magic. How are they able to communicate through jewelry? 'Cause magic. It's all about the characters. Abo, rough, robotic, ready. Mo, carefree, callous, courageous. Mistress Graven, daring, diplomatic, dominating. Betsy, academic, accountable, aristocratic. Nefara, ancient, assured, adrenaline junkie. Bruto, proud, prominent, protective. Fisty, independent, incendiary, invigorating. Roxy, superficial, scarred, secretive. Once you get to know this diverse crew of mythical miscreants, you'll be anxious to find out what trouble they'll get into on the next episode. Go to abogrizzly.com and order both halves of the first episode today.
The original intention of the film was just for my personal use, but I thought with it being such a unique thing that I'd like to offer it to anybody who wants to see it. Things like that. And it's just a unique film of him.
He says, I beat you. He says, they say we came in under the dead heat. He says, that's not true because I beat you. And the American said, well, he says, if you like to think so, he says, but I know the real story. He says, I know I clearly won that one. See?
America's southern border has become a war zone. Human traffickers, drug smugglers, and terrorists flow across the Rio Grande with impunity, secure in the knowledge that no one will stop them. A distant federal government lectures Americans on their privilege while punishing overworked Border Patrol agents who were helpless to stem the tidal wave of invaders and determined migrants. Second-generation Cuban-American Marcos Zamora is a military vet, more patriotic than most Americans. No longer able to ignore the chaos at his doorstep, he acts. Joined by his best friend Gus, they hit the border every night, saving lives while stopping violent drug cartels and other opportunists. The government reacts with fury at Marcos' attempts to preserve American sovereignty, deploying the full might of their enforcement agencies. But Marcos understands that the only thing the rich and powerful fear is bad publicity, and he records every encounter. Whoever he is, this private American must be stopped. Illustrated by Richard Balk and written by Eisner winner Mike Barron, Private American is his version of Captain America, and maybe a little Punisher, taking part in this ongoing, violent, and very real battle of good versus evil in the war for American sovereignty. Grab your copy at theprivateamerican.com.
We have a secure border, and that is a priority for our administration.
Hey, yo, what's up? I know, it's 15 minutes of ads, but we weren't quite ready yet. So We are now. I think you know why we're here. It says in the description. Look, Lucifer ain't funded yet, yo. We need to get Ed Gein funded. At least closer. Come on.
Yeah, man, that shit ain't right. That shit ain't right. You know that shit ain't right. We absolutely need to get this book funded. So we're gonna try and get this book funded in the last hour. Well, not the last hour. Last hours.
But yeah, there's 5 hours left, but it's the middle of the night, right?
Yeah.
When this ends at 3 a.m., ain't nobody gonna be awake. So I'm trying to tell people now, please like, reshare. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. I'm gonna drop it out here in all the chats. You know, actually, I think I did, but I'm gonna do it again just because. Ed Gein, Demon Hunter. I want you guys to understand this book is not about Ed Gein, the serial killer, going out and killing more people. That is not what this is about at all. This is a fictional account of what happens after Ed Gein goes to hell and the devil finds a use for him.
Yeah, it's a fantasy. It's a horror fantasy.
It's an amazing story. Christian Rossi, some amazing art. This thing's more love. Okay. Now I appreciate every one of the 48 backers. Okay.
I'm one of them.
Appreciate everybody who's liked and shared it, even though they couldn't back it or it's not their thing.
Yep.
But please, 5 hours left. Like and share this again.
Yeah.
Again. Okay. Look. It's good stuff, yo. Oh, he picked up another one, did he? Oh,
did he? Oh, shit.
That's
yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go. 49 backers. And I backed this book and they wouldn't take my money, so I gotta send him money separately, but that's 50. Okay. There are 50 backers on this book right now, maybe more. There might be other people who just don't use Indiegogo who throwing money at Lucifer. That's cool. But y'all see that total. We need to bump this thing up a few hundred, yo. Get it up there at least close, because I know Lucifer's the kind of guy that he's going to make sure we all get our books anyway.
Yeah, he is.
But I'd like to get up there where, it's paying for itself. A little, right? I mean, he gives you a great price, even though it sucks it has to be shipped over the pond. But the price for the book is amazing, dude. I mean, look. I got 1, 2, and 3. Okay. 1, beautiful.
Great cover.
Is beautiful.
Even better cover.
Okay. And number 3, Ed with the chainsaw. And there's a little something extra about that dog y'all don't quite know.
He looks cute to me. He's got, that hangdog expression, the jowls and everything, the bloodhound. Except he has a little something extra about him. Yeah, man.
It's just like, get these books, man. Get these books. No frill, none of that. The books are priced right. The retail tiers are priced right. It's good stuff, man. Like I said, it's a great freaking story. It does deserve more love.
I think so. I mean, I haven't read it yet, mind you, folks. I backed it because Pops has been talking about this book a lot. And then we had Lucifer Storm, the author, on the Horror Movie Club, and he was an incredible guest. He was on to talk about Deranged, which is like the most faithful movie about Ed Gein.
That was just last Tuesday, too. You can go watch it.
Yeah, man.
Last Tuesday.
Yeah, and he was a fantastic guest. I mean, and he went deep, He's somebody who really... he's somebody who is somebody that knows a lot about storytelling. Somebody who is a genuine, bona fide, hardcore horror fan, for sure.
When I first started promoting him, I had no idea that he was such a decorated writer over there.
Yeah.
In England. I had no idea.
He has his bona fides.
He's he's an exceptional talent, and Christian Rossi also. You know, I mean, the two of them are just great.
Oh man, the art is fantastic. See, that was the other thing. It's like I was sold because of your recommendation, right? But then I saw the art, and I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
See, I'm a black and white stan. I always confess to that. I love me some black and white art, especially black and white horror comic book art.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy is a master of negative space. It's not like you look at this art and you think to yourself, like, oh, like, this needs color, right? No, you look at this and you're just like, no, I want it to mind you, you look at the covers and everything, they're in color, that's fine, but I just think the black and white is so much more effective.
I just remember opening up the first one, and the first thing you see, of course, is Ed Gein's like office on the day they arrest him, right?
Yeah.
Because this, like I said, this happens after he gets busted. It doesn't tell the story and who he may have possibly killed and all that. That's ancient history from where this story goes. Okay, so it's like I got caught up in right away in all the Easter eggs and everything there was to look for.
Oh, the detail on some of those pages, man.
Dude, that first big panel, there was so much stuff there, man. And it's just like this right here. Okay, look, you see up here you see up on the shelf behind him there, the STP oil and shit. And if you look, dude, you spend time on this book. You don't read it in 5 minutes.
Right.
It's worth the money you spend because you're examining each panel. You're looking for something cool. The whole time you're reading it, you're looking for that next cool thing that they might have dropped in there somewhere. Dude.
I mean, mind you, it's a comic book, right? So you can read a comic book in like 15, 20 minutes, but if you're reading it that quickly, you're not reading it the right way. What up, William?
What's up?
Everybody that's hanging out, hail and cheers to you. But yeah, we're talking about this absolutely fantastic, beautiful black and white artwork that's in Ed Gein, Demon Hunter. And, I mean, like I said, I mean, I was originally sold just because of your recommendation, Pops. And then I saw this incredible artwork, and I was just like, okay.
This book's like weed. It'll sell itself. Give it a chance.
Yeah, it just needs to get in front of more eyeballs, really.
Great story. It's not about Ed Gein killing people. You gotta, dude. Like, I think that's a lot of people get caught up in the guy's name's Lucifer and he's promoting a book about a serial killer.
That was my guess too. That was my guess, and then also like what ID was saying the other day about like how it was like Ed Gein, Demon Hunter. Oh, like it's like take a historical figure and then make them a vampire slayer or whatever, and I could see why that would turn him off, but it is a descriptive title. It tells you exactly what you are getting. It tells you what the story is.
But it doesn't set you up for the why he gets appointed as a demon hunter, what his job is after that, and whether or not he can actually pull it off.
And why he's in hell, what hell is like for him.
Yeah, we get a little bit of that too. Look, this story is so worth it.
I like that.
Okay, look, $17 total to get it shipped to me. Okay, there's some books out here that cost more than that, not counting the shipping. Okay, so
well, look,
he's really working with people on pricing. He's trying to make sure that it's affordable, that it's worth it for us to have these books shipped. He's putting 3 and 4 in the same campaign.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 and 4 in the same campaign for you so that you can get them at a reasonable price, shipped together as opposed to shipped separately and having to pay shipping twice. He's really trying to work with the fans, man.
Yeah.
Guys, you don't understand. Dude is his heart's in the right place. He's a great writer. Dude, it just deserves so much more than it's getting.
It really does. It really does. And mind you, I'm saying that and having not read it because I'm just looking at this and I'm just like, I can't wait. I can't wait to get a hold of it. And also just talking to Lucifer, I was really impressed with that dude.
Yeah.
In particular, let me just share a real quick story about how he went to a convention. This is just, to illustrate how much of a long gamer
right
homeboy is, right? He went to a convention. This is across the pond. This is in England. And I guess like his agent or whoever was responsible for setting shit up done fucked up. And he gets there and he has a bunch of merchandise, but he doesn't have a table. So, you know what homeboy does? He has a stack of comics with him that he was going to sell. He starts handing them out for free.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. He's trying to make it affordable. He's trying to get books in people's hands.
Yes.
That's what he cares about, is getting books in people's hands.
Yes.
And look, I read the first one, and the first one was so good and left me on one of those Sons of Anarchy cliffhangers, one of those left turns right at the end of the book where you went, what? No fucking way. That I've had 2 and 3 sitting here, and I'm not going to read them until I got number 4. I'm not going to be able to do that, because if I read 2 and 3 and then I'm stuck waiting on 4, dude, you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, man. You want to binge. You want to binge. Absolutely.
One is so good that I won't read 2 and 3 until I have the whole meaning.
Yeah, that tells you something.
So,
that's a ringing endorsement if I ever heard one.
And you guys know I don't come out here and give reviews after the fact for people and stuff. I rarely do that, but it's, there's a few books that had just gave me that, you need to tell people what you like. Berserker, Dan Shin. Okay.
Oh
to
man,
me,
so much fun.
That book was so fun to read, and all the Easter eggs, same kind of shit, right?
Hail Dan Shin. Yeah, love that dude.
You spend some time reading it. It wasn't a 10-minute comic book read. Look, guys, that's kind of important to us, especially with the amount that we're spending on comics now, that we actually have a reason to take the time to look at it. Give us extra. Give us stuff. Give us a reason to linger on that panel or on that page for a minute. Right?
Make books that people are going to want to read again, where it's not kind of like, back in the Disney, you would go to the LCS, you'd come back with your stack of comics. And, most of them, of course, at that time in the 80s and the 90s being superhero comics, you'd read them and you'd be like, okay, it was a good issue. Right? But you want the ones that are going to stand out, that you're going to really hang out with and spend time with, because there's a richness there. And that's what this looks like to me.
What's up, Pale Rider? What's happening, dude? Do me a favor, man. Drop the Ed Gein link all over the place, man.
Yeah, baby.
$1,000, over $1,000 away still. I can't even believe that, man. It
just
blows me away.
I know. And here's the thing, folks. If you can't back, share the link, because really, I'm telling you, as an indie comics creator myself, that helps a lot. Yeah. It really does, and it doesn't cost anything. The biggest problem that we face as indie comics creators, I say this ad nauseum because it's true, is exposure. Like just getting people to know that we exist and that our books exist.
Yep.
And so the more people that know that this book exists, the better. And holy shit, man, I love me some horror comics. Horror, my love for horror is what got me into comic books in the first place, because it was the Marvel Monster comics that really first sucked me in, right? Tomb of Dracula, Werewolf by Night, Tales of the Zombie, Simon Garth, Ghost Rider, Son of Satan. What other ones were there? There was a lot of them, man.
Dude, I love Damien Storm, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
it was good.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, a lot of those Son of Satan. Well, here's the thing about Son of Satan. Same thing with Ghost Rider. A lot of those don't really hold up that well, but then they hit a sweet spot. You know what I'm saying? Like with Son of Satan, once you had
if you like that kind of stuff, you roll with it because you knew it was coming. You kept hoping it was going to come to something good, and it usually did.
And it usually did. It usually did. Exactly. Like with Son of Satan, it's like once you had Steve Gerber writing and Gene Colan on the art, like that's when it turned into like a proper horror comic.
Yeah.
And you were like, oh shit, like shit just got real. And then of course Werewolf by Night also steadily improved. First appearance of the Moon Knight, I was rereading that again recently. So yeah, it was horror comics that got me into comics. And of course, you know, Creepy and Eerie, the Warren magazines, which were all in black and white. Monsters Unleashed. There were like man, like a bunch of the Marvel horror magazines were horror related. There's so many of them, I can't even remember all of them.
Yeah, there was a lot of good horror magazines for sure.
Vampire Tales. There was a Dracula black and white. Because of course in the black and white magazines those weren't published under the Comics Code, so they could get away with a lot of shit.
What?
IGG tripping tried to fucking IGG, man.
That's the thing, you guys protect yourself from that shit. Make sure you put 0 in that tip. They already getting the fee from us and them. They fuck them.
And you know what's so fucking shady about that is that tip that doesn't go to Lucifer. That doesn't go to me or any of these other comic creators.
That's what I'm
that
saying.
goes to IGG. You're good. They're just like, oh, we're just gonna help ourselves to a little bit more of your money.
We're gonna milk it by putting in this automatic thing. And if you don't see it, we're sucking another however much money out of you we can get. No.
Yep. Well, it sucks that we're stuck with them and that we're forbidden from using any other platforms. But that's just how it is now.
Just
until that shit changes. But whatever you do, don't punish us or Lucifer for IGG's fuck ups, because there's also a lot of shadow banned campaigns. You think, Pops, maybe this campaign might be shadow banned?
No, because you can find it.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know.
But see, if you are having a problem with Indiegogo and whatnot, look, we got something else for you. You just trip right on over here. Just trip right on over here to luciferstore.com.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Contact him direct. He'll make sure you get the books. Look. It ain't like Dude Don't Deliver.
Yep.
It ain't like Dude Don't Deliver. I got 1, 2, and 3 right here.
Yeah. So basically, what Pops is saying is you're not going to have to wait 2, 3, 4 years for your books. Unlike certain people.
You go
wink,
get them.
Wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more.
And
Homeboy delivers. Homeboy has a track record of delivering. Homeboy was handing out his comics for free, because he didn't have a space to sell them. So he was like, "Fuck it." And that's the other thing too. I should mention. You can go to luciferstorm.com and you can download the entire first issue for how much, Pops?
$0.
£0. Well, they're on the pound, right? They're not on the euro anymore. So
and anybody that's mad at me for promoting Lucifer's 3rd and 4th book when you only got 1 or 2, hush, just hush.
Yeah. You know what's You know what's up. Here's the thing. We're the kind of guys, we don't promote. Well, look, we'll promote like your book if you're running a campaign, but we're not going to go that extra mile, and we're not going to like recommend it unless like we've read it and we love it. Now I haven't read it yet, right? Because I'm waiting for my copies, but I'm waiting for this campaign. And the thing is, it's like I know I'm getting my books.
Yeah. And I suggest all of you, if you don't have 1 and 2, get the catch up tier, or go read number 1 and then get 2, 3, and 4, whatever you need to do.
I think that's what I got.
If you don't mind reading digital, go read number 1.
Go read that shit now.
If you don't like it, I'm okay, cool. But
if it's not for you, it's not for you.
Awesome. Okay, I thought it was awesome. I thought the art was awesome. I thought that the melding of these two minds to make this comic was the perfect combination. Period. I can't see anybody else doing what Christian did, and just like what Lucifer said, he's like, sometimes I send him stuff and he'd send me something back, and it was like he'd do this and that. I'd be like, oh, that's great, cool. It's like it was the perfect proper each other perfectly.
Right, and a proper collaborator, because comic book writers who don't embrace the collaborative nature of the medium are basic bitches. Sorry, the people that are just like, hey, that's not what I wrote. Well, it's just like, hey, well, yeah, but what your artist just came up with is cooler.
Yeah.
You go with the cooler idea.
And again, if you can see these panels well, you can see the Easter eggs, the reasons to linger. You know what I mean? You can see stuff on the shelves. You're like, what's that? What is that? And you got reasons to linger on these pages.
Yeah, that's his mom chasing him around.
And then you got
chainsaw. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mama. Yeah. Look, I mean, this is great. Oh man, this is great horror comic art.
It's great. It's just a wonderful. It deserves, like I said, so much better than. I don't know. Have we not been talking about it enough?
Well, look, I think part of it, I'm going to blame on Lucifer himself for not being out there busting his ass more, right? That he should be on more streams, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And COVID for over a week, he was out completely,
Yeah, I understand. That doesn't mean I'm not going to still bust his balls a little bit.
He goes on CromCon every month. He goes on a lot of shows. It was just right at the time when your campaign dips and you need that.
Yeah,
he was out, right?
Yeah,
so that's when I started pushing it more. And hey, maybe I pissed some people off because I was pushing it so much, but I want it to fund just like I do anybody else. I want your book to fund.
Right.
Okay? I want Lucifer's book to fund. It's that simple, guys.
It's indie comics, man. That's. I mean, we're down for the cause, because you ain't getting any good shit from the majors. I mean, if you want, you can just go read Japanese comics, and Japanese comics are dope, right? But there should also still be a space for Western comics too.
Jake's got a great idea right there. You see that?
Ooh. Yeah. Without a doubt, man. Without a doubt. Yeah, no, that's a sharp. Yeah, it's a sharp brain, a sharp eye you got there, brother. Yeah, that would be a great combo. I mean, I could see, also them doing a badass Evil Dead comic too.
But yeah, if you catch this replay later on tonight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, man, please, at any time you tune into this tonight, share out that link. You don't got to share out this show. I don't give a shit about this. Share out Lucifer's link in as many places as you can. Treat him like you would want us to treat you. We want to do this for all of you.
Yeah,
Look,
man.
I want y'all to succeed. Some of you dead set against me trying to help you succeed, but I want y'all to succeed.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Without a doubt. It's and I understand why Pops does this. Like after I got like two campaigns funded on my stream, I got this like dopamine hit like a motherfucker, and I was just like,
it's fun, dude. It's fun.
Right. It is.
Even if I'm not doing a stream and it's somebody I was promoting, I go to check on their campaign and I see that it just went over, and I'm out there putting that link up and funded in big capital letters above it, because that was what I was trying to do, was help that campaign get funded. Anybody that doesn't like me because I help campaigns get funded, or that's what I'm trying to do, or doesn't like Brian because that's what he's trying to do, y'all don't understand networking, comics, or business.
Yes, and also the culture itself Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about our corner of the scene. I'm talking about the scene as the wide, expansive thing that it is. That means people that we know, people that we don't know, people who are adjacent to us,
We
right?
have so much power if we work together.
Oh my God! There's nothing.
So much power if everybody would quit fighting and work together.
Yes, this is where the talent is. That's the thing, right? This is 100. I could tell just from the pages I've seen. This is 100 times doper than anything that you're going to get at your LCS.
There's nothing in mainstream this good. Nothing.
No way.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not art-wise, no, and not story-wise either, really. When you think about it, just indie books that are in retail stores have good stories, but we all know the mainstream is playing on sensationalism.
Yep, they're not interested in actually selling comic books. They're interested in just headlines.
Outrage press. Outrage.
Yep. Wokeness and anti-wokeness. And as anti-woke as I am, let's face it, anti-wokeness can be as much of a hustle as wokeness is, right? It's just like, what do you think they're making Robin gay? That's the Russell Jimmies, right? That's to get people pissed off and talking about their shit.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. The sensationalism, the fucking, we'll make a hot topic but the story.
On to the next.
The story doesn't mean anything. The story is secondary to the sensationalism.
They're heartless.
It's just like media. It's just like media stories, the news. The headline is all sensational, but if you actually read the story, you realize, that was kind of dumb.
Right, because they know that 99% of the readers only read the fucking headline. That's why the headlines are often very deceptive.
Clickbait. Yeah.
Yep. Or if you go to like Snopes.com, right? Remember Snopes? That was the place where you could find out like what was bullshit, what wasn't. Now you go and the story will say like false, wrong, like, and then you'll read the description, and the description's like, yeah, basically it's true.
Yeah.
Because they know most people aren't gonna read any further.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, look, American comics mainstream comics are dead. Dead. We're trying to bring that shit back. Now, Lucifer, of course, is across the pond in England, right? And holy shit, have they given us some great comics in the past, right? 2000 AD, and then, of course, we went, American publishers went and just went yoink, 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 and just yanked all their talent, right? Alan Moore, Grant Morrison, all those cats. He comes from that tradition.
There are so many great people over there still, though.
Yeah, waiting to be discovered. And unfortunately, there's no Vertigo comics anymore because I heard fucking Zoe Quinn and she fucking ran the thing into the ground and killed it. Right? So the only place where a guy like Lucifer can do this kind of a comic is right here in the indie crowdfunding space. That means you, me, all of us, right? Now, if for whatever reason you're like, you know what, I don't like horror comics, okay, then don't buy it.
Exactly.
But drop that link. Because then you might know somebody that's going to be, oh, hell yeah, I'm all over this. And that gets more projects funded, gets more books into hands, and we can just keep growing and growing and growing like the blob, and just expanding. Because the mainstream ain't doing anything that's got any edge or any kind of bite to it. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
They ain't taking any chances.
I like what you said, Jake. I like what you said there. If Facebook hit it, I had to share it. It still hasn't popped up, but I'm gonna go ahead and read it because I think it was a good statement.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that too.
Jake said, do you treat comics as an ego stroke, a dick stroke, and a general stroke? Then you're in the wrong biz. The sperm bank is downtown center.
Bingo, man. Bingo.
Yeah. And he followed it up with, the irony is that one of the better American comics is made by a foreign duo.
Yep.
look, there are so many people in indies that have great South American artists.
Oh my God.
Filipino artists.
Holy shit,
great
dude.
Artists from all look at Pedro down there in Panama.
Yeah, man.
You know, it's like
Killing it.
Dude, there are so many awesome fucking people in this industry worldwide. You know how much power we have if we all work together, network together, help sell each other shit.
I know.
Look at it like a competition. Look at it like co-opetition.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah, man. And the thing is, it's just like, well, I mean, look, I'm somebody, I've never had a competitive bone in my body, but if you're going to be competitive in a cool way, right? In other words, be competitive like a Muhammad Ali or an Arnold Schwarzenegger, where it's like, I'm going to do so amazing that you're going to be busting your ass just trying to keep up with me, but then that's going to take you further than you ever thought you could go. And backstab and fucking, whisper network and all that bullshit.
Pick each other up. Look.
Yes.
I could have been doing this whole time just on my YouTube channel and talk some people into bringing their show to my YouTube channel. If you'll look, this show right now ain't just on my YouTube channel. It's on Brian's Twitter and Brian's YouTube channel, Brian's Facebook, and the Steel Token Comics group and the Madness Comics group. It's everywhere because I want to get as many eyes on this as I possibly can. This ain't about my channel. This is about everybody's growth and networking. When I have somebody else doing their show, it's on their channels and the madness and the different, Twitch and Twitter and everything. It's not about one. It's about a network.
Yep.
Not about one guy, one thing, one nothing.
Yeah.
We ain't nobody if we're alone, yo. Nobody has nothing if you're all standing on your own little goddamn island. Come on.
Yep. I mean, look, that's the big problem with the human race, isn't it? Right? We could turn this country into this world, this planet into a paradise if we all put our heads together and work together for a common goal. Of course, we can't do that because we're human beings, and human beings are fucked up, right? We're damaged goods, right? But what we can do is we can come together and as a movement, as a scene, everybody retains their autonomy. It's not like you're getting gobbled up by this hashtag or that hashtag, right? It's just everybody lifting everybody else up and everybody benefiting. That's the way it was meant to be. That's the way it should be. And why do you think the mainstream hates our guts so much? Because they're all stabbing each other in the back first chance they can get.
Be yourself, but be everywhere.
Yes.
And the way you're everywhere is networking with everybody.
Yeah.
That's how you get everywhere. All I've tried to do since, and Brian, you can attest to this, since you brought the horror comic show or the horror movie group to the madness.
Yes.
I have gone out of my way to find guests that perfectly fit your show for you.
I know.
I put in time. I put in work to make sure you have the best show you can have.
Yeah. Dude, seriously, joining your network was like one of the best decisions I ever made. It was just like, you're like, oh, cool, and once again, getting like, I don't know, like if those books would have gotten funded, if also if my stream hadn't been on your networks. That's more people benefiting, man.
That's what I mean. The more eyes as possible. That's all. That's the only thing we're trying to do, is get as many eyes on what you guys do as possible.
Yeah, and that's for real. That's for real.
I just don't understand the hate, Brian.
Well, look, we're authentic people, okay? and do you know what kind of people?
Me, but don't hate what I'm doing.
No.
Because the goal is for everybody.
Yeah, and look, and here's the thing: if you have a beef with this person or that person, and you're like, oh, well, I can't hang out with that person anymore because they're talking to that person. Come on now. The reason we came together was so we could get away from that kind of bullshit, right? And you don't ever want to be in that. Look, we've all been in that situation where, like, two people and they have a falling out, and people are waiting for you to choose sides. Well, whose side do you not go with? The guy who comes to you and says, "Hey, man, if you're not with me, you gotta choose." That's the person you say adios to.
And that's not saying that you don't go to your friends and say, hey, I'd keep my guard up around that if I were you.
Yeah, sure. No, that's all fine.
Everybody's going to protect their friends. They're going to protect their family from what
as it should be.
Is not cool.
Yeah.
That doesn't look. I want people to know they can come out of my network, promote their stuff. Okay. I want them to feel comfortable being able to come out on the network and promote their stuff. I've had beef with people. People have beef with me. It doesn't have anything to do with promoting that guy's book.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. It doesn't have anything to do with that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
The gay offs need to stop, people. Yeah. It needs to stop. We know what's going on. Okay.
Platforms hurts the other 100 people that platform promotes.
Yeah. Yep.
That's all you're doing. You hurting me. I'm a fan, and y'all know I'm gonna keep doing this. I've been doing it for 3 years for free. Well, guess what? Now I'm obligated for the next year to do it because I have sponsors that have paid up for a whole fucking year. So I'm gonna be here, yo.
Yeah. And then if you have somebody like me, and if you have somebody like me, and I sign up with your network, that's not like, oh, I'm your bitch now, Pops. Because I know I could take my shit and leave at any moment, and we would still be okay.
There's no contractual obligation.
No.
Make anybody sign anything. I'm not trying to take anybody's content. Now, if you're with us when we go to Roku, you get your content added to the Roku channel. That's kind of awesome. It doesn't cost you nothing because you were part of our network before we got there. Okay, we're really trying to build something that's going to help everybody. And man, these speed bumps.
I know, dude.
To roll over.
I know. But understand this. The reason I signed up and joined up with this network wasn't because I was like, oh, I need more eyes on my shit, right? Because I started that stream just as a way to make myself comfortable with streaming, because I figured well, what can I talk about in my sleep, or like with a hangover or something, like in horror movies, right? But the reason I joined up with the madness is because of you, sir. Is because I see you busting your ass promoting indie creators and the people that
it's my life, dude.
Yeah,
it's what I've been doing for a few fucking years.
And I've seen you get people's books funded. And I see that fucking big fucking shit-eating grin you get on your face when you get somebody's book funded. And now I understand that shit now, brother. Now, Jake, that's a dopamine hit.
Jake, I'm sorry, bro. I thought you had a wrench all this time. I just hit you with the wrench. You go ahead and you drop your links, bro.
Yeah, seriously, man.
Yeah, he said he put this thing for bone meal, and YouTube hid that comment too.
God damn.
So I gave you a wrench. Hopefully they won't mess with your comments so much.
Damn, man.
No, unwrench me.
What's he talking about?
He said no.
Unwrench me, damn it. I want your damn wrench, Pop. Stick it up your ass.
You want to be the only unwrenched dude on the...
Yeah, because if everybody has a wrench, then that doesn't make the wrench special anymore. You gotta make that shit exclusive, yo.
I didn't want him to think that he wasn't.
Yeah. Because that's
another part of the whole thing is giving everybody a wrench so they can drop their links on every show we do. 27 shows.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And also, the people. I've said this a billion times. The people that drop the links, and you don't have to be one of those people. You don't have to be Froggy. You don't have to be Felix Haas. You don't have to be like
your own.
Right. You can just do what I do, which is I'm watching Cecil's channel. Oh, I got a wrench. Let me drop some links. Right. Mm-hmm. And I'll hang out for however long and peace out. You don't have, in other words, you don't have to be as hardcore as those brothers that whom we love and adore because they're the unsung heroes of
those guys
of
are
this
awesome. They're in everybody's chat, dropping everybody's links.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you don't have to be that guy. Like you could just drop a link once.
Well, see, but this is my thing. If I got 27 shows a week, and everybody who's watching has their own wrench, and they can drop their own links 27 times a week in our chat. You see what I'm saying? I'm offering you a chance to put your link on every show we do. That's what my offering you a wrench is. It's offering you the chance to promote your project on every freaking show we do.
Dude, I can't tell you how many times I've like tuned in because I don't watch all the madness because the madness is monolithic. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But if I'm hanging out and I just happen to have I'm sitting down with a plate of food or something like that, and taking a break from my writing, and I turn on go to YouTube. Check my subscriptions and all that shit, and I see a show going on. I'll click on it, and I see like the trailer from my damn comic, like many times, and I'm just like, oh man, it's like you didn't have to do that, but I appreciate the hell out of it.
It's not every show.
No, but I've seen it a lot, is what I'm saying.
Okay, like I don't tell Silverline you got to play all these.
No,
like I play, right? But I do ask them to play the sponsor, the people that have paid for that.
Sure.
They get played. Okay.
Yeah.
But the rest of it is what you feel like. Okay. When you're doing your show, if you see Worthy Chaos or whatever, and you want to play that ad, you play that freaking ad. It's there for you to do that if you want to. It's your show. Only, like I said, the only requirements is the people that actually pay to keep the show running. Yeah, we're going to play their ad. Laughing Rogue, London Gothic, Committed Comics, Critical Blast. Those guys keep the show going. Yeah, we're going to take care of that. But other than that, it's like it's up to the showrunner what they're doing. What's up, Shadow Hawk? What's happening, brother?
What up, Shadow? What up, brother man?
As usual, we're on 8 different platforms. So you got Jake, you got a few other people out here too. Shadow. You just got to look everywhere to find everybody.
I'm just going to drop a couple more links, see if we can get some other people in here with us. Lucifer, of course, is probably in bed.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. And about, well, I don't know. Depending on how late we're out here, we might be out here when he gets up. He gets up pretty early.
Okay, we'll see. That'd be great if he gets up and his book is funded. That would be badass.
If he gets up and there's just some more backers, and that we came out and helped him. That's what we're doing, Shadow. We're talking about Ed Gein, Demon Hunter. It's got like 4 hours left, 5 hours left, something like that. And we're trying to help Lucifer get funded, bro.
Can you give me the link to post in the Horror Movie Club real quick?
Oh, the StreamYard link?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just in case anybody's out there and wants to hang with us for a little bit. I think I'm coming down with a cold or something. So
don't say that.
No. I mean, I don't know. It's like I can't tell if it's the weather. It's bitch ass cold right now in New York, and I can't tell if it's just like a little if it's like a sinus thing or if I'm like fighting something off or something. But whenever I get like this, I just like go right for the fucking brandy, dude. Go right for the brandy. Whiskey is also good. Any kind of like a dark liquor is generally good for a cold. So I might be making myself a hot toddy. You know what a hot toddy is?
Oh, what?
You know what a hot toddy is?
Yes, I believe I do.
Yeah.
Like some honey and
and like make like a big old cup of tea, and then just like take like a shot or two of like cognac or brandy or whiskey is good too. It's just toss that shit in there. That's always what I have to have when I feel like this.
Okay, there's the link. If anybody wants to come out here and join us talking about Ed Gein, checking out the Ed Gein campaign. Dude, such good stuff.
Yeah, it really does look amazing. Oh, we should show the trailer too, man.
There is no trailer.
There's no wait, what?
There's no trailer.
That's right. He doesn't have a wait. What the?
No trailer.
I'm gonna have to, no offense to Lucifer, but I think I'm gonna have to smack him upside the head next time we speak for not having a trailer.
Well, I mean,
what the actual fuck? I can imagine the trailer for this could be amazing.
Day two. Look, Max don't have a trailer on Mary Machine Gun, right?
That ain't right.
Mary Machine Gun just went over $7,000. Max don't have a trailer on there, and I'll tell you why. He said, "Man, there's so many good trailers. I don't want mine not to stack up."
Right.
It's better not to have one than have a shitty one.
That's a really good. I can't argue with that logic. That logic is pretty infallible. Yeah. But but here's the thing. I'm seeing the trailer in my head. Oh, what up, Jake?
Hi there.
Hey, you coming down with something too? It's not the Rona. I mean, I don't think it's the Rona. I think it was the Rona.
No. I've had 2 rounds of that shit. I don't need another one.
I'm about to come out with something.
God damn, man. How you doing tonight, Jake?
I'm currently living the American hours. As you can see, it's 5 o'clock here. So yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But
yeah,
I thought about making a trip here before I disappear again for another 2 years.
Have you been shy when it comes to social media?
Oh, I quit all of them. I just nuked everything.
You're one of those.
Yeah, I've been living off the reservoir for the better of 8-9 months now. It feels actually great, just not being up to speed with all the gay ops and all that. That stupid shit. Germany online has been such a detriment to the creative effort and the output that I'm following the example like Lucifer, just stop communicating altogether and just go off the grid. But that too has its detriments if you're making your business online, of course, which is one of the sad things about his end of these things, because he doesn't really get the attention that he deserves so much, because I know the guy personally and professionally, and
he's a horrible human being.
I have nothing but good things to say about him.
Love Timothy. Yeah. Yeah, look. When I got to talk to him, he was struck me as being very authentic and thoughtful. And
it's amazing, man.
He's somebody that I understood immediately. This isn't a guy that's making a horror comic, because he's I want to make a comic, I guess. And what's popular now? Horror, maybe. Right? It's no, you can tell that this is a story that actually came from the heart.
Mm-hmm. He's one of those examples that don't do it for the exploitative element. He rather wants to get deep underneath the psyche of what makes it tick and what his subjects is all about. In his previous comic, Lady Satan. All this his sort of take on the revenge, Lady Revenge, I Spit on Your Grave type gal. And all that. It seems like the way that he not only embraces it, but also pays tribute to the genres that he pulls from, and the whole stomping ground that it is in.
Yeah. Researches.
He's just planting soulful material.
Yeah, and he researches the subject matter. He's not coming off just left field with some story. He's
right. That would be a wacky idea. Here, let me do that and do zero fucking research. See a lot of shit like that, man. This is obviously not that. When we were talking about Ed Gein, it was just because rather than explain, I was actually going to do research. And, not that I didn't know who Ed Gein was, I did, but I was going to do a little bit of research just so I could, explain to the audience who this person was. But then I thought, no, fuck that. if he's done his research, he can tell the audience.
Oh, yeah, dude.
It did tell the audience, like, before issue 1 launched, there was a blog post that he made official on the homepage, luciferstorm.com. And in that blog, he described his reasoning for picking Ed Gein as a subject matter, and that it wasn't to offend, wasn't to do anything right by the real person.
Right.
Who was pretty much far gone after having committed all these atrocities that he did.
Yeah.
But he wanted to take this unique concept that he had in his mind and try to meld it into something that feels owned by him and Christian because of the visuals and all that, and sort of shape this anti-hero-ish character out of the mold of abuse and all of these things. And if you know Lucifer, he's been very transparent about this, at least in some streams that he did like way back. Of his upbringing and all that stuff.
He was very candid. He was very candid about that stuff.
Yeah. And then you understand exactly where he's coming from, and you understand exactly why he creates this, because he wants to, as the slogan is both on the campaign and for the book, he wants to create art that disturbs the comfort and comforts the disturbed,
which is what horror is for.
Yes.
And the older I become, the more and more I become convinced. Like, I remember when I was in a university, a English lit major, one of my professors saying, like, when it came to the short story as a genre, right? Now, of course, you have multiple genres in that genre, but as a form, he said that he felt that the overall meaning of it was that it was ultimately about the short story itself was ultimately about loneliness. And the older I get, the more I look at horror and I think to myself, horror is about childhood trauma.
Yes.
It really is.
There is absolutely, like, all of the most successful stories, at least, have that element of childhood trauma. Like, one of the reasons why I think, what was the book called? I Love Monsters.
I still haven't read that.
No, but that book,
I heard that's great.
It's just chock full of this like undertone, even though it's very blatant in its way of it, like depicting the monsters becoming, and it's also like coincides with like not only childhood trauma as a whole with the horror, with the whole horror aspect. Sorry, tongue twister there.
That's all good.
There's also the feeling of being outside of the norm into it, so you don't
monstrous.
Really fit.
Monstrous.
You don't feel you're fitting in in one end, and you're feeling that you're and your feel of disgust about yourself, your self-loathing and all this.
Man.
Then comes the trauma that is just like there's a lot of things that you project onto these characters, like the tragedy and the spectacle.
Yeah,
and I think that this book aims to hit more or less this with the way that the plot is structured, at least, because Ed will get his by having his fight with his mother and all that.
Yeah,
he has to face all that again.
Oh God,
he has to face it all again. Look, this is a book
over and over and over again.
Lucifer is an award-winning writer, you guys. He's not just like some schmuck.
He's not just some dude.
His stuff's good, man. It's good, and it deserves at least somebody hitting that retweet, hitting that like, hitting that share button. It deserves at least that from everybody. Look, I share stuff people I don't want anything to do with, but I owe it to the fans to still share it, right? Or somebody, look, there's so many of these, like me and Brian were talking about earlier. It's like, it's almost to the point where everybody's attached to somebody everybody doesn't like.
I know. It's so depressing.
2 degrees of disliking.
It's to the point where you can get this guy off because he's working with that guy, and you really love that guy.
Yeah, exactly. Or they can't work with you because you're working with that guy, and they don't want to piss off that other guy.
It's all stupid, man. It's
so high school bullshit, is what it is.
Well. Here's the thing. As a kid, one of the first things I learned when I grew up was that the adult world that they sell you when you're a child doesn't exist. It's like Santa Claus.
Yeah.
That's all bullshit.
What? What the fuck?
That right? So people are like, this is high school shit. So he's real in your heart, man. He's real in your heart, Jake. That's what matters. That's real enough.
Oh no. I only reserve one thing. That's my erection.
I do.
I believe in the erection in the heart.
I tell my kids that Santa's still real, and my grandkids, and they see it. They see it all the time. They know Grandpa ain't got no money, but stuff comes in the mail for Grandpa all the time, and I just Santa. Look, adults, we don't get it all on Christmas. Santa takes care of us all year round if we're good little boys and girls.
Yeah, man.
If we're good little boys and girls, we all take care of each other, yo.
Yeah.
That's Santa. That's the whole spirit of fucking Christmas right there,
Yeah, I agree.
Taking care of each other.
Yep.
It's all I've been trying to do since I started doing this. Emerald City went down. My friends didn't have a place to sell their books. I started doing online shows to help them sell books. Sue me.
Yeah. Well, just, don't let it get to you. I mean, look, I feel stupid saying don't let it get to you, because how's it not going to get to you, right?
All I'm trying to do is help you guys sell fucking books.
And I've seen the same, like we were saying about Sim before, like somebody else that I've seen that's like paid a heavy toll, like a serious price for just being generous.
Yeah.
So then I understand that, like, that's the sort of shit that could turn a heart bitter. And you have to resist that, Don't let the motherfuckers
this
win.
This is the whole thing, though. My bitterness toward life or anything like that. Look, I've been in prison twice for weed, B.
I know, it's bullshit.
Me. I still be trying to help people do stuff, man. If prison couldn't ruin me, this shit won't.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point. Like my father was a little boy growing up in in World War II Germany. And when he didn't have power for like a week, I was like, dude, you didn't have power for a week? He was like, dude, I've had bombs drop on my phone.
I got to talk to this guy because he said he's getting ready to check out. Look, this only has a couple hours left. Myself.
Yeah.
It's not my project. It's my friend Lucifer. He lives in Great Britain, and it's 4:00 in the morning there or something. There's only a few hours left in this. I just wanted to make sure that people knew that, because it's going to end really early in the morning here in America, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and nobody's going to be awake when it's over. So we wanted to come out and tell everybody, this is your last chance to get on board.
Last chance, fools. Last chance.
Trade paperback right here. And I was checking this out because I want to make sure everybody understands the pricing involved here. Okay, first there's retail tier for 3 and 4, $43 plus shipping for $10. Okay, right there, $43 plus shipping for $10. That's that's pretty good for a retail tier, right? Less than $5.
See, I think I backed the wrong thing. I backed
the trade paperback is $24 plus shipping, and that's 1, 2, 3, and 4 all in one trade.
See, I backed Ed Gein issues 3 and 4. So is that it? Just issues 3 and 4, or is that the catch-up tier?
Yeah, I don't know. Did you get the catch-up tier?
Lucifer, goddammit, man! How did you not? Could you have possibly made this shit more confusing, or am I just like
catch-up bundle right here?
Which one? Okay, let me see. Wait, let me. change screens. Which one do I want? Print catch up
and print.
Okay, all right. Motherfucker. There.
Trade if you wanted to trade paperback, then it's 1, 2, 3, and 4 right there.
Okay, all right. Because I really do want to check this out. And
what is up, Jay Williams? How you doing? Thanks for watching. Please, grab a hold of that link up there. Where the hell? Oh man, I could better drop it again. It's way up there now. Check this out. There's only a few hours left. We're trying to get this wonderful book funded for this awesome creator. You know what's up right here.
Come on.
Ed Gein, Demon Hunter. It's not about Ed Gein's life. It's about Ed Gein after death.
Fighting demons. Hunting demons.
Let's carry this to 100% so we can give him morning wood, okay? Wake up 8 o'clock. Sharp.
Yeah, man. Oh God. Standing at attention at full mast.
If I could get everybody to share this out and stuff, I'd stay out here all night trying to get this thing funded. If I knew I could get everybody. Oh, Brian just kicked himself.
Well, I'm sorry, Brian, for my ASMR session, but the next 20 minutes are going to cost you.
He's like, oh shit, I gotta back this. I went to try and fix it, hit the wrong button. Gone. I've been there. I boomered myself out of my own.
Well, you did create an 8-second stream the other day, so
yeah. Was that hilarious or what?
Both of you clicked the same time.
What's that? Me and James,
what's up with that?
It's like he turned it on and I turned it off because we were backstage and he goes, "Go ahead, Pops." So I went, "Okay, I'm going to start it," and he had already started.
It's like having 2 fingers in one switch.
God damn it!
Welcome back, bud.
Okay, well now I can tell the problem isn't with Lucifer; it's with me. I think I got Dane parameters or something like that. Let me see. All right, if I can. All right, So wait a second. I think I may have ordered 3 times, possibly.
You did what?
No, I mean,
what?
I'm trying to get the tier that I want.
Hey, 63. That's better. Where's the funny number? Where's the funny number?
We just jumped up a little bit.
Oh, did we?
52 backers, 1934.
Hell yeah!
We need 6% more for the funny numbers.
Yeah. Now let me see. I may have to. Well,
I'd love for Lucifer to wake up, pop out here, and see this thing up over $2,000 and on its way.
That would be fucking amazing.
With a couple hours
wake up,
left.
babe. The comic's funded.
Yeah.
It's such look. Like I said, the first book was so good that I won't touch 2 and 3 until 4 gets here, and I have 3. Like, I already have 3 physically, and I won't, it's like, no, I'm waiting until 4 gets here, right? Because the way, I don't know if you guys watch Sons of Anarchy, but sometimes that show.
Yeah, you were saying about the cliffhangers.
Are you? No, it was like something would just come completely out of left field, right?
But it would make sense, hopefully.
Well, no, I mean, sometimes not until the next step. You were just like, what the and then you were.
No, I mean, that's fine as long as then, it's not just what the fuck, just and then, like, the writer doesn't have any idea of where it's going. But knowing when, like, I mean, I'm addicted to writing in that 24-page format now.
Right.
Because I'm so used to setting up, like, a dramatic ending for each page, and I just love that because it works so well in a pulp serial kind of a way.
And also, I've been locked out of my Kickstarter account for a couple weeks now. Okay?
God damn, man!
So I haven't.
It was like these fucking things don't want to work.
What happens is like it says, log in with Facebook, and when I click that button, it just gives me a blank pop-up screen. And nothing happens. But if I go try to type in my email and password for Kickstarter, it says log in with Facebook. It won't let me do anything, so I can't get in there, fill out surveys. I don't know who. I can't look at my list to see whose campaign's ending and coming up or anything. If I backed your Kickstarter, please get a hold of me. Don't use the email on Kickstarter or nothing. Just hit me up on Facebook or Twitter and in my DMs and let me know that I need to send you some money. Okay?
Yeah, man.
I'll remember. Just remind me. I'll know whether or not I backed your shit. Promise. I don't have to back all that.
Here's the lesson that I learned. Folks, never click that fucking follow button. It makes you think that you've backed shit that you haven't backed. And I can't tell you how many times I've embarrassed myself by shooting a message to a fellow comics creator and saying, "Yo, where's my issue?"
Yeah, I never done
that. And they're like, "Yo, where's your backer number, bitch?" And I'm like, oh, because I keep getting updates, I assume that I backed the damn thing.
Right.
So never click that follow button. They should get rid of that damn follow button because it makes you think you're following shit that you're not. It makes you think that you've backed shit that you haven't. And then you end up looking like fucking jackass.
The thing is on that update button, you go look at the campaign and see whether or not you backed it before you.
Yeah, but I'm stupid. Yeah, I'm a Luddite, dude. You know.
So here's the thing, like on eBay, there are like this like thing that you can like view the bid sort of like style, right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead of adding a follow button, why not a view button like that? This many people are watching this campaign, sort of.
Right.
So that people can get at least
counters
like
how many people are paying attention.
But if they have backed, then they will be like confirmed sort of like buyers. So there are there's this many people that are viewing it, and this many are waiting for it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm running my 7th campaign. You would think I would have all this shit sorted out. They do make it. I mean, look, one of the things that's also been a pleasure about being part of this scene are all the people that are like coming in that have like never done a comic before, or they've just never done. They don't know from Kickstarter and Indiegogo and all that shit. Yeah. And we can hook those people up fast, right? Mm-hmm. And then, of course, they're like Preston Acevedo has been really great about this. He'll find like these OG creators, right? Guys like Mike, thank goodness he had Chris Braley helping him out. These older cats, they don't know about this shit either. And then we can be like, oh, well, look, we'll handle it for you, Boomer. It's all good, It's like, shit, I never, I wouldn't know how to use my fucking my Android phone if it wasn't for like having millennial friends. I would be screwed if I didn't have millennial friends explain that shit to me.
Well, Brian,
I still have a 3G phone, okay?
Well, are you like selectively Luddite, or are you involuntary Luddite?
Selectively.
Yeah, same. I got like a cork board and everything for all my notes and all that shit. I don't do that on the computer anymore. Hell yes. Now I don't feel alone.
No. I mean, sometimes, look, I'm a big believer in KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Oh, and a lot of this shit just ends up making shit more complex. Mm-hmm. It's not that I'm anti-technology. I'm not. Although I think you have to be very careful in the way that you use it. Like, it sounds to me, correct me if I'm wrong, you kind of got too sucked into like social media. Whereas like I always approach it very cautiously, which is to say I use it to promote myself and my brand. And also to like socialize a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes just to like take the piss and just fuck with put something out there that I know is gonna piss off like some of my friends, like some political shit or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? Little impish shit that's fine too, but I always try to hold that shit at arm's length because I see
a cold touch approach, right?
People. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Especially. because I know a lot of people they don't want to like fuck with Facebook. They don't want to fuck with Twitter. And I'm like, look, it's fine as long as you use it for what it's good for. Facebook is good for like reconnecting with old friends, maybe people that you lost touch with, and you're like, hey, how are you doing? Right? I miss you, so on and so forth. And Twitter, it's good. It's good for pimping your shit.
Well, see, now that's the whole thing, Brian. I didn't even know what Twitter was when I created the madness.
Well, I mean, it used to be that you could advertise on Facebook.
But you see, that was just it. I figured out right away why they get, they come after you with that paid shit.
Yep.
Build a page, build a page, build a page. Then they start nailing you with, you got to pay for this. And if you want it to be seen, you got to pay for that.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck that. I'm going to make a group.
Yep.
And we can share all the links and talk about everybody's shit all we want. Facebook don't ever fuck with me about paying them anything.
That's awesome.
Okay. Now my Facebook group is twice the size of my Twitter account. Okay, so
right.
I mean, the whole thing is everywhere. I wish my Twitch would grow like that. I mean,
it's
game streams on the network, and my Twitch just sits there like, I'm the shitty stepbrother.
Well, look, the more people that the more satellites that we attract, right? Like the more people that are just like, yeah, I'll share my shit with you guys. It's still my shit.
Yeah.
I can leave at any point. And they hopefully understand that we're not basic bitches, and I don't know if I could say I'm exactly mature. Mature would be the wrong word for me. I'm basically a grown-up monster kid, but I just
RJ, get in here.
Don't act like a pussy.
RJ.
People just get their fucking fifis. Just fucking. Oh, is RJ in the house? Love me some RJ.
RJ's in the house. Okay. Get in here. Get in here.
Oh, snap! Oh, snap! Ooh. Is this thing on? He's got 1 million of them. Yeah, you're almost ready for the borscht belt, RJ. Man, that dude is killing it. I love that trailer that you showed with like all the books, or the trailer at the beginning of a stream where you just see all the fucking people that he's representing.
Kozor, Incantessi,
unbelievable
magics, biblical. There's dude
fiendish, right? He's just like, man. It's once again, it's like I always knew we were going to find a way around these problems, and it's happening. And YouTube could shut us down tomorrow. Facebook could shut us down tomorrow. We'll still find each other.
Yep.
And
look, that's the great thing about this network. If they shut us all down, we still have all the connections, and hopefully y'all still have your content, and we can still go build the Roku channel. We don't need them. They're going to be great.
No, it'll be like whack-a-mole. That's like everybody goes to Rumble, and they're like, oh shit, well, we just like whacked them at YouTube, and now we got to buy that and then whack them there, and then but there'll always be something. And this is like someone like Hart D. Fisher. I've been watching that American Horrors channel. It's fucking dope,
dude. I'm telling you. And I'm like, yeah. Why shouldn't we have a comic channel over there on Roku?
Yeah. No, it's a great idea. Yeah. It's a wonderful idea, and and also just how different everybody is, and how everybody's thing is their thing.
Yes.
Right. So it's not like something that gets homogenized under one label. It's not like once again like an amorphous blob that goes raw.
I hate this word.
Like Disney that just fucking grabs everything and then sucks the life out of it.
I hate this word, but I love the diversity of the channel right now.
I don't have a problem with the word. I have a problem with how the word is used.
I mean, we got people.
What up, RJ?
Good evening, RJ.
We got the game streams. We got draw streams. We got streams like Doc's little variety show on Saturday morning. We got the Tuesday morning brew with Laurie. We got the horror movie club. We got all this different stuff on the network. RJ shows are here twice a week.
Y'all thought that was a joke in the comments?
Say what?
What?
Y'all thought I was making a joke in the comments there?
Which one was that? Wait, hold on.
That guy?
Go back. Oh yeah. Oh no!
Why the fuck
No, RJ. Oh no! Don't tell me that, brother.
That's God's truth.
Oh my God! Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, brother, man. I'm sorry.
Show my T-shirt.
Love you, Lucifer.
That shit's ow, ow, ow. It's our gear stuff.
Pops, I'm gonna show Brian my T-shirt here.
That's dope, dude. HR, ginger stuff, geeger stuff.
Your stuff.
It's a
Well, I mean, for those of you that don't understand, that's dope, dude. I would absolutely wear that.
That's
you need to put that
energy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Charged
absolutely, it's sexy. Yeah, man. Seriously, that's a punani magnet if I ever saw one. That is dope. What was that? Did you got that at a con? Did you say?
I commissioned the artwork at a con, and I paid the guy, and I was like, "I'm going to put this on T-shirts," and he's like, "Wait a minute." So we worked out the deal. It's official. Yes. It can be put on T-shirts. This is just the only one I've made. So
nice.
One of a kind, collector's item.
I wanted to see how it would come out, and then I had
dude. I want that. I want that, and of course, Pops knows what I really want, right? You know what I need in my life. Well, first of all, I need more Pops Van Marmalade. That's one thing, right? Got to have more Pops Van Marmalade. Pops Van Marmalade in your day, it's like you can't have too much of like that and like Throg.
Marmalade's going to work tomorrow on his new song.
Okay.
He did Comic Skate Pie already. And,
okay. That was dope.
But now that we've got the green screen working and he's had a nose job, so his nose isn't green anymore, so it doesn't look like he's got a big old hole in his head when we're doing the show.
What is this marmalade? An edible?
I know, right? Good help is so hard to find.
Definitely gotta eat that.
That shit, yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. So he
That's marmalade, Jake.
You've heard.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Pops Van Marmalade is a second, close second, right behind the Dank Dealer. I need some more Dank Dealer in my life.
You've heard of Young's song "Immigration Man"?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
yes.
Marmalade has written a song called "Don't Let In the Imitation Fans."
Oh, snap. Ooh.
Call out post.
Salty. Damn. Yeah, it's the Dank Dealer. I died when the first time I saw that.
The fifth horseman right there.
Yeah, man.
Else today, Brian, while we were doing the draw stream, right?
Yeah.
Dal Murs, the guy who drew the 4th and 5th issues of Still Toking.
Yeah.
He was watching the draw stream today, and Rich drew a toad sitting on a mushroom smoking a hookah.
Okay. Yeah, from like Alice in Wonderland
that was wearing a red and white Hawaiian shirt, kind of reminiscent of our boy Doc, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And he was drawing that, and while he was drawing that, Dal was sitting at home and watching, and he drew this.
What?
Which is
nice.
That's beautiful.
Frog hookah or a toad hookah, right? He flipped it. He flipped what Rich was.
That's great.
Dude, it's awesome. There's so much freaking talent.
Dude, I love draw streams. You know what draw streams remind me of? It's like in the old days at the New York City creation conventions. That's what they were called back then, right? Comic book cons. And
jamming?
What was that?
Jamming?
No. These were like conventions back. No. I'm talking about
artists come together and like jamming and shit, but
well,
drawing and all that.
Not so much that, but like you'd go down to Artist's Alley, and now it's like a guy behind a desk. Back then, you would and you would have people set up like that, but there'd also be people that would have their backs turned to you,
showing you what they're drawing. Yes.
So you'd look over their shoulder, look over Walter Simonson's shoulder, and watch Walter Simonson drawing Thor. You'd look over Mike Zeck's shoulder and see him drawing the Punisher. You'd look over John Buscema's shoulder doing Conan.
The first time I saw Dan Monroe, he was at Grand Rapids Comic Con, and he was set up with his back to the eye.
Yeah, it's like live art.
That big, beautiful, what was it, swamp thing?
Oh my God!
Whatever, and it had Tinkerbell, and it was just a badass. It was a charcoal thing, it was like black with white.
I mean, there might be conventions that are still doing that, but I haven't seen that like at any of the conventions that I tabled.
I have seen conventions that have comic book people at them. There's a convention this week that I would have gone to this weekend.
Yeah.
The Northwest Arkansas Comic Convention.
Oh no. I see.
They should have called it the Northwest Arkansas Voice Actors Convention, because there were no comic people there. None. Not even an indie.
Oof.
Wow.
That, man, that's what I like about the East Coast Comic Con. The East Coast Comic Con, which is usually around the same time, a little bit after, obviously, the New York Comic Con. It's right across the bridge in New Jersey. And what I love about that convention is that it's small, but it's 100% comic books.
That's what I want to say, though, RJ, is there like a website for that Comic-Con or a Facebook page?
Yeah, is there some place where we could tell them to fuck off or eat a truckload of
fans? What the paying fans' response to no comic people being there was?
That's a disgrace.
You see what I'm saying? Because I'm a comic person, and if I see Comic-Con and I go,
that's false advertising. Oh yeah, no, you would have a legitimate lawsuit there.
I'm gonna be mad, want my money back.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Yeah, does this look like I paid? When I paid for this, did it say Funko Pop sale?
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? It's like that's
I
put it in the private chat. Pull it up and look at the guest list.
God damn, man.
Okay.
That's so sad. Not as sad as my LCS not selling comic books anymore. That shit hurt.
Did it turn to cardboard crack?
I'm sorry, what was that? Can you repeat yourself, sir?
Cardboard crack, Magic the Gathering and shit?
I walked into the place. What I usually do is after a convention, or if I have extras after a campaign or something like that, I take that shit to the LCS and go, hey, how'd you like to have some comics from a local creator? And I'm not out to make money. I'm fine with breaking even and all that sort of a thing, right? Even if I lose $1 or $2, it would be worth it just to have my book on the shelf at my local comic book shop. So when I go there, I can see my book on the shelf, and also maybe get people's reactions, etc. And last time I walked into my LCS, I looked around and I saw anime figurines off to the left. Maybe some Gundam models. Went over to the right. A lot of action figures, Funko Pops out the ass. Magic the Gathering, Warhammer 40K, and finally I got up to the young lady at the front desk, and I was like, y'all don't carry comic books here, do you? And she was like, nope. I'm like, okay. I still left some free comics, right? I still left a pile of issue number 1, say, hey, you know what? Give these out to your preferred customers, right? Or maybe if somebody was like, ooh, a comic book, right? Is this printed backwards, right? Although, dude, they didn't even have manga in my LCS. There was just no, the medium itself was not on the premises. That shit hurt.
Ow.
Okay, now look, there's nothing here that says Artist Alley.
Right.
At all, right?
Funko Pops.
No, look, hold up. Let me go back.
That's a battle maze. That sounds fun.
Here is your list of exhibitors. I don't see Anybody?
This is the NV Arkansas.
Yeah, the NWA con,
Holy
Northwest
fuck.
Arkansas.
Jay Delgado is that like maybe somebody that works in comics?
Go to the front page and click.
Oh
on
yeah,
that
you were
guest
saying
list.
voice actors.
Yeah, they're all voice. Okay, you got.
Oh, because I'm looking at the names, I'm like, just I mean, look, the comic book industry is a big industry, right? Although it's very small these days. But there might be people that I'm not familiar with, or maybe it's a name that sounds familiar.
They did add one comic book person since the last time I looked at this thing. He's on the guest list. Jeremy Clark.
Yeah,
I think he's him right here.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Billy West,
JBL. Okay, we got some wrestlers. We
right?
got more wrestlers than comic people.
Vernon Wells, fucking Wes from Mad Max 2.
Yeah. Cosplayers.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I find that the idea of the celebrity cosplayer really unsavory. Because to me, like, it's not that I don't love the cosplay, because when you're at a convention and you see a dope costume that somebody clearly put love and hard work into because they love that character.
Yeah.
Right? That's always awesome. And then when I see some, like a really rare one, when I see like a Martian Manhunter cosplay or something like that, or a Nightcrawler, I'm like, dude, right? Your costume's awesome. And you can tell they do it because of that interaction.
Hold up.
Now you trip
right?
over Harley Quinn.
I want to show you something.
Oh, well, dude, that was the original cosplay.
Look at this. Look at the
dang,
Groot.
that's a good Groot.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
look at that little boy looking up at him with a sense of wonder.
Dude, that's Isaac when he was little.
No
Look,
way.
look. Yeah, look. Hold up. Let me show you the other one. Look at this face, dude. This is comics and love. Look at that face.
Oh, yeah. That gives you the fee-fees.
So freaked out, dude. He was like, oh my God, it's Groot. And that thing was like 12, 13 feet tall, dude. It was huge, right?
So how do you, right? Because we're all like grooving off of his reaction. Think about the guy in the costume.
Dude, he's jacked.
Can you imagine how much fucking fun that must be? Or we've all remembered that picture, that photograph of that little boy. He got the adorables. Those are pinchable cheeks if I have ever seen them.
And believe it or not, behind him right there, the guy bending over the stroller, that's Grandpa with Gabe.
Aww.
Gabe was just a baby.
Aww.
Okay. And Isaac was little and Gabe was just really little, right? That was
wow.
First con. That
was wow.
First con. And we had so much fun that day, dude. It was cold. We had to stand in line. But I mean, look, dude got to hang out with everybody, man.
Oh, that's so wonderful.
He had a blast.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like that all of, like, I know all of us have in common, like if you're a comic book guy, is you mourn that generation, like just not, well, I mean, look, I guess they're discovering the stuff through like the movies and everything. Hopefully that'll lead them back to the comic books. But now it's like, like my problem with the celebrity cosplayers is that they're like, they're just dressing up just to dress up and create like a bizarre fandom.
They get free convention appearances because the convention will pay them to be there because people want to meet this person. This was 1989, before cosplay was a thing.
Yes.
Cosplay existed at Star Trek movies, and that was it. People would put their ears on.
Star Trek cons, yeah. I used to see some Klingons eventually, sometimes. Yeah.
This was Chicago.
Yeah.
Chicago Comic-Con at the Ramada O'Hare, and they had this great chair there, which was like the chair from Batman #1 that the Joker was sitting
on. That's right. I've seen this before. Continue, sir.
So I had my friend take my picture, and as soon as he's done taking my picture, this other guy comes up to me with his daughter, who's about 10. He's like, how much for pictures? Yes. Dude, I'm just here. If you want a picture, take the picture. It's okay.
That's how it starts.
That's how it starts. But
that's how it starts, is when somebody takes that money, that tainted money that should be given with love. What's that? Is that? I know that's Denny O'Neil on the right.
That's
Who's that?
Giordano.
That's Dick Giordano. Dick Giordano. Even. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I need to I need to wet my whistle here. But yeah. Oh man. Yeah. I got to know Denny a little because he taught a course on comic book writing at the local community college. And he was just a wonder, just super fucking humble, and I was an effort not to geek out. I allowed myself to geek out on the last day of class. I was like, dude,
You can see
up until that point, I was like, I'm gonna play cool.
Artwork.
Yes.
The original Manola page.
Yes.
On there. But the movie poster obviously dates where this was. I've
got sure does.
Somewhere, had pictures somewhere of the same year with me with Jim Aparo, and me with Dick Sprang. I got them all to sign my hardcover Greatest Batman Adventures and Greatest Joker Adventures.
Nice.
But now you open that thing up and it's like a funeral book because everybody who signed it, with the exception of Dave Dorman and Steve Englehart, are gone.
Yeah, it's been a rough couple of years, hasn't it?
And I have Sheldon Moldoff's signature in that because he did some of the Golden Age Batman stories.
Wow.
So I got it signed in both of those hardcovers.
Damn. We lost Neil Adams. We lost George Perez, of course. We lost a bunch of freaking legends, man.
The last 3-4 years have been really bad.
Really bad. But that was also, for me, what part of the convention thing was about, was giving these people that love while they're here. And when at the best conventions that I've been to, the aura that you get, the vibe that you get, have you ever walked into a place and there's just a bad vibe? The best conventions you'd walk in, it was just love.
Dude, got to hang out with Mario, the Blues Brothers. Holy shit. The freaking Blues Brothers.
Bad influences there.
Captain Wallace, Spooky Joe. Look, we had a blast.
Baron Samedi.
But you always got to watch out for the munchkins in costume.
Yeah, man.
And you stop them and you take pictures with them and you make them feel like part of the event.
Oh, dude. Of course. Okay. Before I get my drink, what's the cutest thing you've ever seen at a con? Because I remember, I've seen Batman and Robins, where the father's dressed up as Batman, and the little kids dressed up as Robin. Actually, the cutest thing cosplay I ever saw was not at a convention. It was at my front door one Halloween. Doorbell rings, and there's Norrin Rad, Silver Surfer, right? Full costume with the board and everything, right? But it's not about him. It's about Galactus.
Yes.
Down. Standing right next to him, little fucking 4 or 5-year-old Galactus.
Oh my! I'm telling you, it's really what. I showed you the picture of Isaac with Groot. Okay.
Yeah.
That wasn't pulling my. I was taking them pictures.
Yeah, man. Yeah. If you have any, you have no fucking heart. If that shit doesn't pluck at your heartstrings, you don't have a heart.
At that same con, he saw Batman. A good representation of Batman, and he was like, Ghost Rider's bike's here, where's the Batmobile? And dude was just like right, I mean, kid put him on blast, like
with the actual fuck bats.
And then there was a Wonder Woman with blonde hair, and he ripped her too.
Oh no.
He's comic book accurate.
Oh wow!
He was like,
that's heavy duty.
What's up with the hair? Now he got to meet Magneto and Rogue and Matt Murdock, who he was like, "Grandpa, who's that?" And I was like, "Well, that's Daredevil's secret identity, dude." And he goes, "Oh, blind guy," and I was like, "Yeah," and he goes, "Oh, cool." And so he went over and got a picture with him too.
Oh man! And there was the one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The cutest one I saw was at Archon, which is probably the only con I ever go to. It was Batman and Catwoman and Robin family.
Yeah.
Lego. So it was like they'd put boxes and they had, their hands were,
There was
the grip form. Nice.
That's insane.
Father and I think father and daughter at Savannah that were dressed up like Tusken Raiders, and they had made their own costumes, and they were.
Oh yeah, that's what it's. Because that's what it's all about. It's all about like if somebody wants to wear like a pre-made costume, that's perfectly fine. I myself, I'm a sucker for a good Red Sonja.
Of course. Why not? Use myself, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Stop for Red Sonja, Vampirella, Slave Leia.
Yeah,
Oh my God. But it was man.
What's her name from The Fifth Element?
Yes. One of these late. Mila Jovovich. Yeah. There was a girl actually at the Chicago Con at C2E2 that came up to my table dressed like that, and I was like, "Honey, aren't you cold?" Because it was fucking bitch ass cold. Not so much in the convention center, but like the time of year, and I was still like, "Honey, you're naked. You're completely naked."
Yeah.
And that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's like, are you okay? Yeah.
Brian.
Yes.
She had season pass.
There you go. Oh snap. Kazing. All right, I'm gonna get a refill. Did we get any more backers?
We are still at 52, which, hey, like you said, that's 5 more than we had when we began the day. So, just keep talking about it. Keep just please, everybody.
Share that link, everybody. Back in a second.
If you tune in for 2 minutes, take the time to click that pin link and share it. If you tune in for 30 seconds, take the time to click on the pinned link and share that campaign out. It's all I can do. It's all I can do to help this, these campaigns get funded, is to try and get people to watch and to share and hopefully to back. That's, this is good stuff though. If you like a story that has like layers like an onion and you got to peel it, if you like art that makes you actually study each panel because you don't want to miss anything, this is your book, yo. There's nothing there's only a couple that I've read that are anything like this, and it made me take this much time reading it because I didn't want to miss anything. There's only a couple of them out there that have been like this. This one's good, at least number 1 was really, really, really good, and that just like gave me great faith for the rest of the story. What I've heard from Lucifer talking about it, I'm sure I'm going to love exactly where this goes, but I'm not reading 2 and 3 till I get 4 in my hands so I can read it. I just want to read them all once now. Reading book 1 was it was a treat, for a comic book fan. That book was a treat. So get on board, yo. You won't be disappointed. If you are, you can come out online and cuss me out. You can come out live on my show and cuss me out if you back this book and you don't.
Listen here.
Let me tell you something. This book sucks.
I'm saying I will give you 5 minutes to come cuss me out live on the air if you back this book and you don't like it.
Man, I'll tell you what, Pops. Martin Luther King holiday is killing me this weekend.
Yeah, tomorrow in the mail.
You see this right here?
I can see that stack of books, my friend.
This is not a stack sitting on a table. This is a stack sitting on the floor.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. This is the stack of books that are sitting on the floor. Nothing doxing on here. There's no labels, just indications of what label goes on, like code, because I code things.
RJ, how many is that in that pile?
Let me tell you how many this is. We'll count. It's a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Give
13,
me a
14,
guesstimate.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. 42 comics.
And which one is that, RJ?
Kozor. And that's not counting this box. This box here, this one box. This box that says up on the side of it, right here.
Yeah.
Says up. That is about 100 comics, all in one box, going to Australia.
Going to Australia. More company men or Kozor? Which
for Kozor?
Okay. Because he's bringing company men up here from Australia as well. Okay. RJ's handling business. If y'all don't know, you get on board with Critical Blast, he will make sure your books get where they're supposed to go. The first time. Right the first time.
They're all going to go out this week because on the 22nd, the post office jacks up the rates again. So I'm in a race now.
Oh, yeah. For all you creators, make sure you always keep track of future rate hikes so you know if it's going to cross over in the middle of your campaign and suddenly you're going to have to need more for shipping.
It's going to happen every year. So, if you're taking 2, 3, 4 years to fulfill, your shipping costs are not the same anymore. And you're eating that because they've already paid you.
Yeah.
Brian, is that a Todd I smell?
I'm sorry?
Is that a Toddy I smell?
Oh, yeah. Some little Basil Hayden.
Hold up.
Toasted.
Nice.
Yeah.
From the bottle. You gonna finish that?
No. I'm not gonna swing it.
Please share with us. We're a little
Philistine.
We want to weigh our whistles too. Come on, pass it around.
I would if I could, brother. I would if I could. I'm down with sharing. I'm actually, perfectly fine with swill. Well, not swill, but I'm perfectly fine with like Jack Daniels. But my housemate is like into the good shit.
Bill, I'm gonna ask you to do us a favor. Snatch that link, that link that's pinned up at the top, that's pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. Please share that out on your socials. There's 3-4 hours left. This guy's got a ways to go. We're trying to get as close as we can. All right, so do me that favor, Phil. You know I do it for you, man.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, like we were saying before, folks, this book looks amazing. I haven't read it, but if you want to read it, the first issue right now, you can go to luciferstorm.com and download that issue completely for free. Now, what does that tell you? That tells you, because you can always do the same thing on my campaigns. I always have a link to the first issue that you can download of 600 Gorilla that you can download for free, because I have complete and utter confidence in my product. And obviously, so does Mr. Storm.
And as a bonus, if you regretted not backing this sooner, with having read issue 1, of course, for free, you can always do the catch-up tier.
Mm-hmm.
It's 6 a.m. in Great Britain, and I don't know if he's quite awake yet, my friend.
Probably not.
No, it's 6 a.m. where I'm at. It's fine.
We didn't tell him we were doing this. We just decided to come out and do this because I knew it's the middle of the night. This thing is going to end, at like 3 o'clock in the morning here or something?
Yeah. I mean, look, if he doesn't fund, that's fine. We'll get him, set up.
He's still
to relaunch.
That doesn't even matter. He still fulfills. He still fulfills. Everybody who backs is going to get their book.
That's amazing.
Has he ever played any of his music on the web on shows?
He already has.
I didn't know that he was a musician. I knew he was
have you not heard him strum the
No, sir.
He's a really good banjo player. Holy shit!
Is he really?
Yes.
Damn, as good as that guy that the banjo player that plays "Rain and Blood" by Slayer. Have you ever seen?
Well, you can guess his inspiration.
Okay. All right.
I
am.
He's really into Murderfolk, if that suits you.
Murderfolk? What is that like? Like the Tiger Lilies or something?
It's like death metal, but murder folk.
Murderfolk. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just wondering, like, do I know any other artists that are in that genre? Like,
Brian, have you ever heard
Tiger
of a group
Lilies,
called?
maybe?
Have you ever heard of a group called Hayseed Dixie?
No.
Hayseed Dixie is a bluegrass band that does AC/DC covers.
Okay. Oh, and then there's Mexracy, which is like a Mexican Morrissey cover band, which is pretty. Who are pretty dope. I've actually listened to their music, and
They're good.
They're very good. Porque.
I do believe that he has a couple of albums, Lucifer, that is, on the page. I don't know where.
If you're going to be the Lord of Damnation
that
who's
or
going to torture you
songs.
for eternity, of course the instrument he's going to play is the banjo.
Oh, well, of course.
That's interesting. How did he get an interest in banjo music?
Well, that's the thing. You never know the guy. I don't know the Lord, but he's a great artist, like musician-wise too.
Damn, I hate people that are that talented. I was asking him, like, you know, are you just like a lowly writer like me, or can you like draw too? And he actually can draw. So I'm like, oh, fuck you.
It's the age of the generalists. Just pick up whatever you want to pick up, and then
man.
Oh, dude, Renaissance men of the ages.
I always say, you know what Ray Bradbury always said, which is jump off the cliff, build your wings on the way down.
Yeah, I should take that to heart.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So,
I'm kind of like the Tony Robbins of the scene. Like, I'm great at like telling people, you need to go for it. You need to go for it. You're gonna try. If you're afraid of making crappy art, that's okay, because you're gonna make crappy art before you make good art. So get your crappy art out of the way now.
How many of you have seen Lucifer's intro?
Oh, he has a dope ass intro. I didn't know that he has a dope ass intro.
Are you ready for this?
Is it a dope ass intro though? Well,
it is.
Yeah, it's dope. Yeah, it's dope ass.
Up on me.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome, man. He had that wonderful story that he told about meeting Clive Barker, who evidently was very frail at the time, and he gave Mr. Barker his book, which is a pleasure that I've had of like giving like my comics to like people that I really respected. Right. And Clive Barker would like stop the line and actually just like read like the entire thing and then complimented him on the book. You know, if Ed Gein is stuck in a circle of hell, his own circle of hell, where he just keeps like reliving like the most horrible moment of his life over and over again, that's like if Lucifer goes to the other place. Like that's the moment he's gonna be.
He's gonna live meeting Clive Barker forever.
Yeah. Impressing Clive Barker, getting like approval from a hero. You know, that's. I
want to thank Mike Murphy. Mike Murphy's out there pushing the book right now. He got a few other
big ups, Mike,
retweeting it right now on
yeah.
Twitter. That's what it's about, guys. Look, few hours left. Let's help dude get funded.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Without a doubt. And that's what this scene is about. It's about getting worthy books funded. It's even sometimes about getting unworthy books funded. You know, it's like sometimes like somebody, I'll back a book even though I think maybe the artist isn't quite where they need to be, because I want to see them level up, because I want to see them evolve. And my God, man, I've seen so many people. That's one of my favorite things. One of the great joys of being in the scene is watching artists leveling up, like people who weren't that good becoming good, and people who were good becoming great.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, that's one of the things about this. It's like,
this cat, man,
dude. When I read the first one, I was hooked. Okay, And there was, actually, I was hooked promoting Lady Satan because that story's good. And that's being held up, weird shit's going on with that. It's being held up, but Christian's going to draw that too now.
What, is that stuck in like some kind of like legal hell?
No. It's
okay.
It's a matter of how elaborate the production of that book is in a way, because Lucifer does the whole book himself, and it's really demanding, like the way that he draws, in the way in like the because he's like the traditional kind of like guy,
right?
But who refuses to go digital in a sense. So,
that's fine. You can't. I mean,
and he likes to pull off like amazing perspective drawings, but they take so much time because of the detailing.
So he's one of those guys that's like good, but like takes forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I was a much faster writer than I am. I can't say that I'm a fast writer.
Well, I mean,
I'm a quick writer, but I'm a shit drawer. I can't draw for other like a. If you have a shotgun to my head, I can't pull out a page a day. It's so bad.
Oh, dude! Like I actually would like to start learning how to draw, just because I think that'll make me a better writer when it comes to comics.
Lucifer was doing Lady Satan, and then he had the idea for Ed Gein, and he got Christian on board. Christian went boom, boom, got it done, and Lucifer's like, "Oh shit, I got this other book that I ain't got done yet, but this one's done. Fuck it, let's do it. Let's get it out there." And Christian just kept popping them out, boom, boom, boom. Now all 4 are done. You're not going to wait.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
I can't even emphasize enough. You're not going to wait for this. Back it. You're going to get it.
Yep.
Yep. Books are
unlike certain people. But that's the thing. As you folks, you know how you know that you're going to get this book. It's not just that like Pops has his copies, right? It's that, I mean, his goal is like what, 3K?
Mm-hmm.
If he made like 250K, then you might be waiting like 3 or 4 years. Okay, then you might be waiting 3 or 4 years for your book. But all Homeboy is asking for is a measly 3K. That means you're going to get your book like that.
I just look at it like
it's really weird how that works out.
Well, I mean,
it really does kind of work like that.
He understood his limitations with Lady Satan, but he also understood that he could get Ed Gein out right now.
Right.
Okay, because Christian was working.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Hey, Christian, will you help me with Lady Satan so I can get that motherfucker out next?"
Oh, yeah.
It also proves that Dining Crow really does help.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, and here's the thing. There have been people, because, I mean, look, y'all know who the people I'm snapping on are, right? I'm not talking about... I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about like the bigger. Well, think of it this way, Jake. The biggest creators, like you're waiting like 3 or 4 years for your book. Okay, if their campaigns did like triple digits, you're waiting like 4 years for your book. But because I know there have been other people like Vaughn, for instance. It took. He was waiting forever to get. Monster MD out, and I kept reassuring him because I knew it was killing him. I was like, "Dude, don't worry. You're keeping the backers updated. You're being transparent, and you're making sure, like, because we would rather get the books awesome than fast.
Yes,
right. So, like, once a book comes out and it delivers, and I'm sure it will. I wasn't, but I told him I was. And sure enough, it came out and it delivered like a mofo, and all was forgotten, all was forgiven. So I know that there are people, there are extraneous circumstances, and I get it. And just like those people have an excuse. What I'm saying is the people that have like 200, like have made $250,000 have zero excuses.
But see, Brian, I want you to understand too that what you did and what you do. And encouraging people like that when they start to feel the pressure, that's so helpful to these guys too, man. Is to encourage them to keep working at it. Don't worry about it. Keep your fans informed.
Yes.
Keep working the book. keep showing the progress, and when it comes out, we're all gonna be happy.
Yes, and make sure. And it's cool to have a YouTube channel. Just don't make your books like a keepsake that you get from the YouTube
What I
channel.
want to say is, if you're going to be a comic book creator,
create comic books.
Be a comic book creator. It's okay to promote on YouTube, but don't become a YouTuber, because then you're not going to be a comic book creator anymore, or you're not putting as much time into it as you probably should if you want to continue to get better and sell more books.
There's always like, oh yeah, go on.
No, go ahead, Jake.
No, I was thinking about like micromanaging all these efforts that one does have to take on with all these like hats that you pull on from every now and then. You know, like you're pulling your writer's hat, artist hat,
a lot of work,
all that shit, and just like putting off aside some of that and unload it to channels that are more specifically dedicated, like the Madness Network, would alleviate that ail. The issue that I see is that people want to hog the mic, but do you have anything of value to contribute to the conversation most of the time? Likely no, because it's not edited. It's always freeform and just spitballing, and it's getting like scatterbrained as you go on further and further. But I think that should be left to hosts that are more like they have a red thread that they want to follow, and they want to like go they don't want to loop the conversation, all that stuff. They want to have like a tight format, despite having the availability to create long format content at the end of it. And so the trap, I think, is that a lot of people think that they could carry that thing themselves rather than having that Sisyphean task being shared with other people.
You have to delegate. I totally agree.
All of your work. Delegate where it matters, especially if it's done for free, because then you have nothing to complain about, actually. Then you can just shut the fuck up and then go right back to that coal mine and work on your goddamn book.
Yes. Look, one of the things I noticed when I very first started doing this is I had some friends that were trying to create comics. They had day jobs. They'd come home from their day job and they'd draw or they'd write or whatever.
Yeah.
They'd have a little bit of time before they fell asleep to go on social media and try to fucking promote what they were doing. And it was like, okay, guys, look, I'm sitting here all day. I got this Facebook group. How about I help you guys promote what you're doing? So you don't have to worry about that hat. I got that hat for you, okay?
And also, Pops, there are those that are not a natural conversationist. Like doing that on stream, it takes a lot of attention. And sitting doing the like concentrated, deep focus work that you try to do on the tablet or on paper, you can't do that shit while drawing, or very few people. Right. There are some exceptions out there. My friend
Sean can do it.
Joshua Campbell, one of my favorite artists, at least doing his graphic novel stuff. He can do that naturally because he can delegate. He can divide his attention on.
He can bifurcate his mind like the aliens in like what was that novel, Childhood's End?
Yes,
by Arthur C. Clarke. These are aliens that could do literally like do two separate tasks at a time, but bifurcate their brains like that. But but people like that are like genetic freaks. They're like one in 100. Do you know what I'm saying? And they're amazing when you find them. But
they're right in the middle of the spectrum.
Probably. Maybe that actually might be accurate.
Yeah, like in the silver lining of it.
Yeah. But not everybody's a natural conversationalist. I know when I came on my first stream, I was wooden as fuck.
Dude, there's so many people when I first started doing this that would come out and it was like they would freeze. They would do one or two word answers and question. You'd ask them a question, you get two word answers. And you had to draw them out. It's like pulling teeth to get them to talk about their book. RJ knows what I'm talking about. He's been in the same position where you have to actually run an interview. Then there's people that like Max. Dude, did you see Max this morning?
No.
I was like, Max, you want to talk about your book for a minute before we end the draw stream? Max rolled for 20 minutes talking about Mary Machine Gun without a break, dude. I didn't have to ask him a question.
That was awesome. No, I mean, like Lucifer, for instance. At one point, it's like I don't mean to go on. I'm like, no, dude, please go on. You're the guest. That's why you're here. Is to talk and let us know who you are and what your book's about. And people are much more likely to invest in the book if they feel like they're investing in you.
And look, if you have a persona, a good face, not pretty, but you know what I mean? If you're good at this, if you're good at coming out here and talking to the camera and interviewing guests like this, I'm the first person to go, hey, you want to do a show? If you got a show idea, let me know. I'll put you out there. Look, I gave away the Tuesday Morning Brew to Laurie Calcaterra because she's better at it than I am.
Yeah, know your lane, dude. Know your lane. Yeah, no, I'm a big believer in that. I can't wait to see that thing that Margene and Sim are going to do. That's going to be fucking fun.
Action movie show. It's going to be great. Look.
Yeah. She and Sim were just like have like a really good synergy.
And I've been having fun on the show off since Thomas started showing up and joining me and Dave on the show off show. That made that show more fun, you know.
And ultimately, what does this all have to be about? It has to be about having fun. Because if you're not having fun, you're doing this shit wrong. And it's kind of like when I have like fellow comic creators, and they really treat making comics like a chore. And I'm just like, really? It's like, come on, like, dude, we're making comic books. How cool is that? How can you not be jazzed about that? How can you be depressed doing this shit?
That's the thing for me. It's like, I don't want this to ever be work. I want to have
exactly.
Okay, I've been having fun doing this for the first few years. I'd like to go all the way out that way.
Yeah, man.
Having fun doing this.
Yep.
You know, I just want everybody to know that they can come to me. I'm going to help them promote their book. I'm going to try and network with as many people and get them on as many shows and stuff as I possibly can. And if they're a sponsor, then I'm going to make sure that their logo gets seen, their ads get seen, their videos get seen, their products get seen.
Speaking of logos, RJ, we were talking about your dope ass intro on your channel.
Yeah.
And all the books that you're fulfilling on.
Oh yeah, that's
dude.
This right here. Watch. I wish I could pause it so you'd have a chance to see all of them. But look, Joe King, Tropical Magic, Helix Awakening, there's Kozor, Company Man, Incantessimi. There's so many there.
You're killing it, RJ.
I have a different version of that, a still version of that, because I'm getting ready to, I'm planning to advertise in the Alterna Winter 2023 special when they open that up, when they get to the right thing. But I'm kind of worried that Alterna might not be as big of a thing soon here. They're having some problems.
Yeah, I heard.
Really?
I heard. Yeah. Do we want to talk about that? Because all the information I got was kind of like on the DL.
No, everything.
There's things on Twitter that public tweets.
But there's also a lot behind the scenes that people don't know about. I'm not going to speculate. I know Pete's a nice guy.
Oh,
they're all nice guys. That's why I can't understand it.
Oh no!
If you will,
it's like
if you will entertain me, throw it in the private chat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think. Maybe I could do that. Mind you, anything that I say is like it's scuttlebutt.
I treat it as speculation. Okay.
Right.
I got the update. I think the official update from the Mighty Mascots because I backed. And it's basically said, hey, we're not going to be with Alterna.
Yeah.
Pretty much basically that.
Now,
I know about a month ago, Pete was trying to find Ryan Wynn because Ryan had just said, hey, the Hammerella books are here, and then just ghosted. And he's the Gods and Gears guy, and it's a Gods and Gears spinoff book.
Right.
And Pete's like, are you alive? Where are you? No one, you're not getting any responses from your campaign. And then I think one of the other books just left too. I want to say Log.
It looks like a bad breakup or something like that.
Yeah,
Because
there's
a bad shattering.
I don't know
Oh,
what's
God.
going on behind the scenes, and it's not. I'm not trying to find out. What I know.
Yeah. I try to always remain as
He's got a lot of
ignorant of
fans.
trauma as I can. That ends up being dangerous, of course, because then I find myself standing in a landmine suddenly. But it's just like I just wish that, like, if things don't work out and people go their separate ways, that it be friendly, that it be amicable, and that everybody behave in a civil and adult way.
Like I said, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I've heard some things that it's gotten personal in some way. What I want to emphasize.
Come on now.
Fans, the people I represent, the fans love a lot of Alterna's product. If somebody leaves Alterna, that doesn't mean the fans aren't going to still like that product unless these guys make a mess of this. Then you might have people going, I'm not going to back anything that guy does anymore because he was mean to my friend.
Right.
You guys just handle this, just handle it cool so that everybody's fucking still likes all of you at the end of the day.
Right.
You need that to sell books.
Right.
Keith, come on, guys. Everybody involved. It's like just be cool so that you still have all your fans at the end of the day.
Right. It's oh God, because the last thing we need is more factionalism. I mean that sort of happens naturally. Factions and cliques. I mean, I understand it's human nature, right?
Ill will. If you cause ill will, then you're going to have people that are mad at you. Those guys.
Well, I mean, you're always going to have people mad at you, even if you didn't do anything wrong. But you can minimize the number of people that are mad at you by at least always trying to do the right thing and treat people the way that you'd like to be treated.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Don't make a big public spectacle.
Shit's simple.
Just handle your business and be cool so that everybody likes you guys all still.
Yeah.
So
that's how I handled the breakup with my first girlfriend. It's just I don't know. It's disappointing. I don't like discord. I don't like seeing people turning against each other. It gives me a tummy ache. Like when I was a little kid, I was the one that was always like breaking up fights and shit, not out of any sense of altruism, but just because it gave me a tummy ache, and I didn't want a tummy ache anymore. So stop fighting. You're giving me a tummy ache, and I'm still pretty much that kid.
Keith wants people to still back Mighty Mascots, no matter where he's being published.
Right.
With it. He still wants people to back his stuff, no matter what he's doing with it. Clint, everybody wants their fans to still like them. So y'all be cool with each other, so that remains that way. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. Man, it's just like I can remember when RJ was just talking about doing this. And for a while, we were just like, Sim is one of those guys that's always been like at the forefront, like, okay, how are we going to do this? How are we going to make things so that people don't have to like pay $25, $3 shipping, right? And RJ is doing it.
I've been pushing what he does since the beginning.
Even talking about it, it was a year of talking about it.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember this.
Wait for the campaign to finish.
Right.
Take a while. And then Company Men was my first client that jumped in on that.
Kimasabe? Swell dude,
Kimasabe's thing. And then the funny thing is that the Embrace was the second guy to reach out to me, Odin, and he's like, I want, can you do this? I'm like, yeah, but you're in Virginia, dude. Why? I'm not saving you any money. He's like, you don't understand. I don't want to do it. And the thing is, we've got a whole new angle on this that we have not really advertised. Michael Bancroft is pretty much my pilot program on this one. But what if you want to buy? What if you're outside of the United States and you want to buy books that are being created in the United States and not pay the high shipping and they're not using Critical Blast fulfillment. Well, you buy the book, you have them ship it to Critical Blast, where we will put it on file with all the other books you back, and at intervals of your determination, we will package them all up together and send them in a bulk to you. So
one shipping fee.
One shipping. Well, you're still paying the American shipping fee to ship it to an American address,
right?
But then when you pay the $20 or $30 to have one thing sent to you, you're getting more than one book.
Right. Yeah. It's not like, $30 for like a trade paperback.
Yeah.
God damn. And that's the thing. That's why I always offer a digital tier, is because I don't like having to pay that much. Right. I mean, here in the States, we don't have to pay as much as a lot of our foreign backers do. And the thing is, shipping ain't going to get any cheaper.
Nope.
Shit's just going to get more and more expensive, man. It used to be like $25 to like Australia. I think now it's like 28 or something like that. It'll be 30 soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's terrible. I live in Norway, so I'm just looking at the shipping costs and I'm like, fuck this.
Oh, the European shipping costs. I used to ship everything to Switzerland and have it broken down. And this last campaign, I was like, I can ship it for $1 per unit cheaper direct, because the costs had doubled in the last year with the incontinent. I don't know if it's a Brexit thing or a Ukraine.
Oh no,
thing
that's
or
not that's not a Brexit thing. It's a Schengen thing, I think.
Oh, it's just it got horrible. It's like 20 French Swiss francs. 20 Swiss francs to mail a package. I'm like, the franc was equal with the dollar at the time. I was like,
right.
I'm taking the cost of shipping it to you, and then you breaking it up for 20 Swiss francs. Like, that makes it more than $20 per unit.
Right.
And I can send it for 20.
Right. Yeah, man. I it just, that's the thing is that these are landscapes that are always changing. It's not like all this shit remains static.
True.
And, and you made a really good point about, and I think that's how I think a lot of the bigger creators dig themselves into a hole. It's just like, okay, when you made $250,000, you're waiting 3 years now to put out a book. The shipping's going to be like twice what people were paying for back in the day.
Yeah. Especially the international shipping stuff, because that gets really weird and really expensive.
Guess what? You're not going to come to me for more money.
No.
You're coming to me for more money. You got to fulfill, So
do you think that might happen at some point? Because that's when I could see like the whole thing going down.
Now, I've seen where people had to do that because like they were misled by shipping companies. Ooh. Okay, like what happened with Laughing Rogue in the games. They said it's going to cost you this much to ship them, and then they upped it like 180% or some shit.
Oh my god!
Fuck! What?
Yeah, he took like a $9,000 hit shipping games to the UK last year.
Oh,
he would be justified going fucking Charles Bronson like Mr. Majestic on the ass.
We talked about it a lot. It's just like there's sensationalism over much more minor shit.
Yeah,
time to go
like
postal.
who has the loudest voice gets heard. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, I sure do.
We weren't out there screaming about it, but we let everybody know this is what happened, and my boy took a big old hit, and some of the people actually like helped pay part of the shipping.
Yep.
Of the increase.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
He didn't require it, but he asked people, "Hey, help me out because they fucked me."
Yeah.
Well, as a business, you're stuck. I mean, I've had campaigns where, I learned something different on each campaign, and I've had campaigns where I've had things screw up. I didn't understand what was meant by certain things in the data, and we overshipped on some things. I'm like, we ran short, and we're like, well, why did we run short? And then we figured out where the misunderstanding was. Like, oh, that meant this. I'm like, but it said this. Yeah, I know. It's really hard to understand. So, what do? We printed more, and guess who paid for them? We split the cost to just, print more books up.
Right.
But,
nobody
knows who that was, where it was.
Yeah, you take
care of it.
well, you take the hit,
This is also one of the reasons, though, that I encourage people to talk to each other like this.
Yeah.
As opposed to always texting and whatnot, because A, stuff gets lost in translation. B, context isn't always there.
No.
You know what I mean?
That's why we have emojis, those stupid friggin' emojis. We have those in our lives because of people, misinterpreting things.
This is one of the things. So if I have a question to RJ and I'm asking him like this, he knows that it's a question. If I'm asking him in an inbox, he might think I'm irritated.
Or doing like an inquiry. Like intonation does not translate well in text.
No, it doesn't.
No matter how you word it in a text, it can be taken wrong. Talk to people like this. Always know.
Use your fucking commas, people.
You have a clear understanding, especially in business.
And semicolons. Don't forget semicolons. So semicolons are very underused.
Yes.
Can I show my pencil, Pops, or you want me to wait for that another time?
Oh, you can share whatever you want, man.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Unzip.
Hey,
make it
Andy,
sure.
What do you? Yeah,
yes, I do too. Yeah.
See, don't DM.
Hello.
Business. Make sure whoever you're talking to knows what you mean and that you know what they mean.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah. So that there's no miscommunication.
Yeah, man.
Dude, these are pencils by you?
Pencil. No.
Oh, okay.
No. This is the book that I wrote. The story I wrote, not even the whole book. It's a short. Featuring the Clock, the world's first American masked adventurer, all the way back to feature funnies in the Golden Age.
Nice. So you're going just full-blown Golden Age pulp shit.
Oh, I know. This is where I have trouble working with an artist because I sit down to write and I'm like clickety clickety clackety clickety clackety clickety clackety. I did nothing, and I look at you guys draw and I'm like, oh, that's talent, that's work, that's effort. So when it's handed over and says, "Is this okay?" I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Even if there's something like, well, the steering wheel's on the wrong side of the car, but other than that,
yeah, you have to speak up. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I had to ask Preston to change a Zeppelin. Right, in Six Gun Gorilla 8, there's this big reveal where you discover that the villain has this Zeppelin prototype, in the side of a mesa, right? And Preston drew this big, beautiful page of this big, beautiful Zeppelin, but it was like a steampunk Zeppelin. And I was like, no, this is going to be like, no, it should look like more like diesel punk, more like a World War I kind of a design,
Brian,
Yeah.
You like that amazing screw-on head Zeppelin?
Oh my god!
I did that.
I know, right?
Dude, seriously? I knew when I was doing a book about a gunslinging gorilla, there had to be a Zeppelin in it.
Yeah.
Or
I found something in Doc's art that was the same way. He had drawn the picture of the monster in Pariah Blood and Mud.
Yeah.
And then the next panel was the person looking at the monster and the reflection in the sunglasses, right?
Uh-huh.
But the image wasn't reversed.
Oh.
I forgot to. You forgot to flip
Doc
it,
was,
right.
Fuck you, Pops.
But here's the thing: when you work with a professional, I told this to Preston. What did he need to do? Fixed it, right?
Yeah, all you gotta do is flip the panel over, bro. I mean, it wasn't like he had to redraw it or anything. Just flip the panel over and it's reversed, right?
And the thing is, his Zeppelin, the one that he drew first, was way prettier.
Yeah.
Right, but this wasn't. It was in the wrong story. Yeah, don't be afraid to ask for changes. If they don't like it, tell them to shut the hell up, nerd, and get back to work or get out of the house. No, seriously. I mean, that's when you know you're working with a professional. Where Preston's just like, yeah, okay, done.
Yeah, I know.
This was the one I had to ask for the most changes on this one page because the three panels with the robbers running out of the banks. He's got the mask on that's like a bandana. I was like, no, the whole point of the story, this is plot pivotal, is that they're wearing a mask exactly like the Clocks. They have to all be wearing the same mask or the story doesn't work anymore. So So he fixed it in the inks. I got the inks; they're perfect. He did.
Is this your first comic book story?
This is my first ever comic book story.
Nice.
I would rather write a 100,000-page novel again.
Yeah, man.
Story in comics.
Oh, dude. That's the thing that people don't understand is that every person that comes from another medium, and like novelists, screenwriters, whatever, when they decide I want to do a comic book, they're like, "This is the hardest thing I've ever fucking done."
I had to sit down and draw with stick figures and horrible art just so I could see the panels in my head, so I could get back to the page and say, page 1, panel 1, page 1, panel 2. Here's the layout. Here's this. Here's that. Because if I did it without that guide, if I just sat down and tried to write, I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it in my head anymore.
I was like that in the beginning. Trust me, the more you do this, it may take 4, 5, 6 comics. Eventually, you get it. It clicks, and it becomes easy. Oh, hey!
See, I would much rather do that. That's a lot easier.
Oh yeah, wait. Nice. Oh, is that hardcover? Yeah, sure is. Sweet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. What? That's some. Oh yeah, giving you some love, Pops. Giving you some love. That's awesome.
No, we giving it back because y'all need to get
those dudes.
This hit RJ.
Dust jacket.
I don't know if there's any, but if there are, hit RJ up and get your.
There are still some. There are still some hardcovers left, and they're in our store. If you just hit any of our videos, it says, "Hey, we've got a store," and it'll take you to our Square store and all the books that we've published and have for sale there.
Oh man, I gotta get this.
I keep this one bagged up, RJ. We don't even let the elements get to this one, buddy.
Here's the question, RJ. Are you planning on releasing plush Pops Van Marmalades?
No. Not yet.
Damn it. Damn it.
Hey, we could talk to Katie about making.
Yeah, right? Oh my god. That'd be crazy.
Hand puppets, dude.
Prom
and marmalade hand puppets.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Now I'll tell you what we have talked about. I can't think of the person's name now.
It's a lot of work.
Okay, so Jason Hunt has Sci-Fi for Me,
right?
That channel there, and every once in a while he and I do a joint thing that's called we're Critical Blast. He has Live from the Bunker, so we'll do Blast from the Bunker, where we've got a guest that's like kind of in the middle of all our genres, and he'll talk and I'll talk, and he's got a guy there, Christopher, who also has a puppet. And Jason was in town here recently, and we were talking and having lunch, and visited a huge bookstore, and I made him drop a chunk of change there. And we were like, what if we could get Frank Oz as a guest? And have him interviewed by Marmalade and Christopher's puppet. And he's like,
now
let's
look,
work on that.
If you guys didn't see it last week,
that would be amazing, man.
Show. They had a UFO show on the Bunker Blast last week. It was good. I even I even replayed it on the Madness because it was good.
Yeah, that was interesting because usually Jason runs it from his side, and then he sends me, because he doesn't do StreamYards, he does all the OBS stuff.
Right.
So he sends me all the RMTP codes. He's like, okay, log into your create your stream, and now send me the keys and everything, because all I got to do is put the keys in and it'll feed that stream. And he'll like, okay, now press the button when we're ready to go, and it's live. So this time around, it was me running it because he knew he was going to be out of town. So he's like, okay, well, here's my RTMP codes. Go to your StreamYard, make the, you can create new outlets in StreamYard if you know the RTMP code. So we streamed to Odyssey with no problem. I was going to stream to his YouTube because I put the code in there.
Stream to Rumble.
I forgot that he wasn't there to press the go button on the YouTube site. So it was streaming, but there was nothing to receive it. He's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that part. So he just uploaded it as a replay. But
and then I downloaded it and uploaded it again and played it again because it was a good show. Look, RJ knows. Okay, he has Monday and Thursday nights his time slot, 8 o'clock, goes on the Madness Network too.
And I have nobody tomorrow. I've been saying like it's been a rough 3-4 weeks here getting people on.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it's a holiday, so I expected it, but I'm ready to get back in the back in the saddle again now.
Okay, so you guys heard it. RJ needs a guest for tonight, for late.
I gotta hide.
It's easy. It's easy getting guests. You just got to tell everybody you need a guest. See, I have Carissa Grant coming out to the Monday Madness tomorrow night. We're going to open up the Worthy Chaos books that she sent. Yes.
Yeah.
Look. Oh, what the fuck is this?
What the hell? What the?
This is
Marmalade. Oh, fuck. I thought it was real for a second. Oh,
it's the gopher from fucking Caddyshack, dude.
Yeah.
It's a groundhog. This is Marmalade's co-host, Hedge McMahon. He comes on every once in a while.
I thought it was the beaver from that Mel Gibson movie.
I got Caddyshack. You got Mel Gibson. We
Wait, you mean the beaver from Basic Instinct?
You gotta move it like give it the dance move, dude. Like
yeah. Oh man. Hey, are you okay, Jake? Did you have a little spill there?
It was my Tupperware bottle. It just like almost spilled all over my comics.
Oh man,
comics, dude.
That's not good. That's conduct on becoming a Viking right there.
Flooded, I'm gonna create it.
What kind of Viking are you?
That's why I always put the comics up behind me high and the liquid is in front of me low. See?
Pops, I don't have shelf space anymore. I have so many IKEA Calixes all over the place right now, and they're all sitting on the floor just like howling for more shelf space.
Dude, let me tell you about space. You this is my world right here.
RJ, take one for the team, man. Take one for the team.
RJ, I've been trying to help
RJ, let me say it. I have the same fucking space that you have. Like I tried to mathematically feng shui this bullshit, but I can't.
So here's what I did. This was where I had my folding table with both laptops on it that I work on.
Yeah.
And I needed space, so I ripped the top off the folding table, folded the legs up, I ripped them. They come off. I put the legs away, shoved behind a shelf against the wall because there's nothing back there. Replaced the folding table with this 5-shelf wire rack that I've got here.
What the? Oh man!
Yeah, it's the wire rack.
It's like you're living inside a submarine or something, bro.
So listen here. I've got the bottom shelf is filled with packing materials, bags and boards, and boxes of the company men. My computers and microphones, my printers and my label printers.
Damn.
Packing materials, and Gemini mailers stacked up to the ceiling. Okay.
Damn.
So now what am I going to do for light? So I get these clip lights here that are clipped to the poles.
Yeah.
And I've zip tied the cords to the side here so they're not dangling out. But that's not all. That's not all. Because
there's more.
I get tired of this crap being behind me all the time when I do a real live show. So I'm like, I've got a screen, but I don't have room to set it up and take it down all the time because I'm tripping over it all the time. So I go to the hardware store and I get myself 2 48-inch rebar. Okay? Half-inch, 48-inch rebar.
Hardcore.
Through the top of this top shelf, the ends of this top shelf, because they got the little lattice thing going here because they're wireframe. I mean, you can this thing here. It's got holes in it.
Yeah.
So I slid the 2 48-inch rebars in there till they touch the wall. At least 24 inches of rebar sticking out here. Okay, so and they're there. They
don't catch your head on that shit, dude.
Oh, they go right over my head. Okay.
Okay.
RJ, are you living in a bedroom?
On, then I bang it.
Do you have a bedroom or a storage unit? I gotta ask. I've seen storage units being converted into like small apartments. It's fucking.
It's like a dive. It's like a diving bell. It's like inside a diving bell.
I'm subletting a bedroom in an apartment. That's all my space. But I
Damn.
went back to the hardware store. I got 2 30-inch PVC pipes, and four 30-inch PVC pipes, and 2 sheets of fabric 90 inches long. And I fabric glued the PVC pipe on each end with the fabric rolled over it, and I slide both of them on to the rebar, which makes a canopy around me of either black or green, whichever one I choose. And I've got instant studio cubicle.
Respect.
Nice.
Respect. You're a badass, RJ. You're a badass.
Since I first met RJ, and he's told me his story. Obviously, we've been friends for a while, and I know what's going on in this. Like, one of my goals, not just is to get you guys comics sold and stuff like that, but it's to get him out of that fucking room and into a place big enough to handle the business that I'm trying to push his way.
It will happen.
So
it will happen, and we're seeing it happen. He's making it. Homeboy's making it happen.
Business his way. I keep telling people, go to RJ if you need fulfillment help. Go to RJ. I keep telling people because I want him to do well enough to get out of that little fucking room, man.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm
sorry
if I get internet access there.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, RJ. That's tough, brother. That's a tough situation.
It's been a lot of fun doing the work. I mean, Kozor is my biggest project to date, and it's slow going because the boxes were coming. There were over 10 boxes coming from Australia, and they didn't all come at the same time.
Yeah,
one of them arrived.
Just scroll up, Andy. It's there. You just got to scroll up.
Were you telling me like you opened the door one day and it was like the door was like box? You were like literally boxed in or some shit like that?
Yeah, this room was boxed in. I had spent all day bagging and boarding and Gemini mailing, and I wasn't thinking about not getting out to the. I couldn't get out. I had stacked everything over here and on the bed. I had no place to sleep. I had no way out of the room to go to the bathroom.
Oh my god! It's like the casket of Amontillado! It's like the casket of Amontillado, except you walled yourself in.
Yeah, it was exactly like that.
You're hardcore, brother.
That
Respect.
is Kafkaesque as fuck. Holy shit.
Respect. That's good. You're a
I
gangster,
had to take
man.
books out that night. I could not wait until the morning because I had no place. I couldn't sleep in the chair. I couldn't.
Oh man! Oh god!
I was in the zone. It's like fold.
Yeah, hardcore.
RJ, you should totally do a short story about this.
I agree.
Novel, but as big as Kozor's been, Reenie's is going to be.
Oh Jesus, dude! Oh my god! Oh my god! But you see, that's the thing. It's like the most I've ever had in terms of backers has been like I think 417 for one of my campaigns. And I remember sitting there and bagging and boarding and folding and the Geminis and all that shit. And you start to take like your good fortune for granted. You start to get real resentful, but oh man, I gotta do this shit. I mean, it's a hassle. It's a hassle that you want.
But how did you do it? How did you approach it? What would when you first sit down to do it? What do you do?
Increments.
Yeah,
increments.
One a little insight into how and why he does it, how well he does it.
So when you sat down to do it, what's the first one you fold up?
Oh, the first thing is I just get the Geminis. I bust the box open, and I've been on streams folding Geminis.
Yeah,
which is a cool thing to do because then you're very much in the conversation. Your hands are just sort of doing the work. Muscle memory and all that stuff, and it lets people know, hey, look, I'm fulfilling, right? I'm folding up Geminis.
But how do you know what to put in there?
Oh well, I mean, I see what people ordered. It could be it could be a single issue, it could be a trade paperback, and some. It's like I print out the postage. But the main work is just like folding up those Geminis, having a big stack of them ready to go, and then I do the same thing with the bags and the boards. And then when I get the books, and then sit there with like a stack of issue 1 and just like board bag and board those, and then same thing with issue 2, and it can be tedious, but if you're listening to the radio or if you just have like I don't know, like a real shitty movie on in the background. Like that's how I watched all those shitty Star Wars sequels. Do you know what I mean? Like the
Christmas special.
Oh,
Oh man, you know what? I watched the riff tracks version of the Chris.
Hell yeah, brother! That is so dope. Fuck.
And I couldn't finish it. And I was like, this is like being stuck in the ninth circle of hell. I understand why George Lucas didn't want this out there and why he wanted it buried under the vault. It was, I mean, even like, because I thought, you know what it reminded me of? It's one of those things where you're like, oh, this is going to be good, but then you find out, like, no, you're going to be like in like sheer like shrieking hell. Same thing happened when I watched the fucking Fabio movie. Oh, what up, Andy?
Andy.
Fabio rocks.
I agree that Fabio rocks. But the Fabio movie, I think it's called Time for Romance, right? And my friend and I, we sit down, we're like, oh yeah, we're going to watch us some Fabio, being all romantical. And within like 20 minutes, we're like, please kill me. Like, in other words, you think you're getting into something that's going to be fun.
On the meme. You were sold on the meme.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, honestly, I don't like Fabio.
Literally
So.
watching it is just torture.
How can you not like Fabio? He's fucking Fabio, man. You have to respect that shit.
Well, no, I can respect it, but doesn't mean I gotta like it.
All I'm saying is, like my friends and I, it's like the way we vibe is we're the kind of people where if we were someplace public and we saw like certain celebrities, like, oh hey, that's Brad Pitt, that's interesting. Oh, it's Angelina Jolie. Oh, that's interesting. Fucking Fabio, dude. You know, we'd be all into it.
I'd probably be like that if I saw Neil Breen out in the street too.
See, you understand. Right. Like, you know, you're just kind of like, Tom Cruise. That's interesting. Tommy Wiseau. Right.
I've got my bucket list people that I've been fortunate enough to interview and meet. Like I used to interview a lot more people who were on TV shows and movies and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I had the opportunity, two guys that I said, look, I'm breaking professionalism rules here at the end of this interview, and we're off air now. But I've got to find out how to get a signature from you.
Yeah.
So I have them both hanging up on the wall up here. Actually.
And they are
Thurl Ravenscroft.
Okay.
And Alan Parsons.
No shit. Oh wow. What was Alan Parsons like?
He was very polite, very he's English.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that doesn't make him a gentleman, you know.
He was very gentlemanly. We talked about the passing of Lenny Zacatech at the time.
Yeah.
And I was asking him, questions because I said, I got into him in college, and I was like, telling the other, and listen, I was raised United Pentecostal. My rock music exposure was nil. So when I was in college and I was getting introduced to the Alan Parsons band, I was like, oh, we've got to go see these guys in concert. And they looked at me like, what's he going to do? Press a bunch of buttons and video album.
Right. Yeah.
Of course, now they do go live, but
yeah.
Like, yeah, but the audio interview is on my channel. It's on my YouTube.
Oh, is it?
You can listen to him talk.
Interesting.
I've got Thurl Ravenscroft on cassette tape. I need to get that one digitized because that's one you have to hear. I mean, you know who Thurl is, right?
Yes, but tell these fine people.
Thurl Ravenscroft is most famous for two words. They're great.
Yes.
So.
Yes, he's Tony the Tiger.
Yes. And he was also the guy who sang "You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch," which was why I was interviewing him because the Jim Carrey movie was out, and it reminded me, he never got credit for that.
That's cool.
He was just talking about, I was walking down the hallway there, and Chuck and Ted stepped out. Chuck Jones and Ted Giesel.
Oh wow!
Thurl, can you
Chuck and Ted
do this thing? And he was a studio player, so he was on he was on salary basically.
Yeah. Back in the old days,
knocked it out in 10 minutes and walked out and never thought about it again.
Wow! Wow! That's amazing. That's amazing.
Well, it's the things he had done in his life. I wanted to write his memoirs because it wasn't just all voice acting stuff. I mean, he sang backup with the Kingsmen for this movie actor called Elvis Presley.
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
couple
yeah.
of films.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be
And he was in
too
the
much
Army
of a
Air Force. Before there was an Air Force, it's a U.S. Air Force. He was in the Army Air Force. He flew the plane that took Winston Churchill to the Yalta Conference.
What?
Yeah. He was the pilot of the plane that took Winston Churchill to the Yalta Conference.
That's insane.
Yeah. So
that's insane. That's like finding out that Neville Brand was like the second. Neville Brand was an actor. I'm trying to think what people would know him from. If you're a horror fan, you know him from Eaten Alive, which was Tobe Hooper's next film after Texas Chainsaw Massacre, about a guy that like runs a hotel and he feeds his guests to like a giant alligator that lives in the crawl
Oh
space
shit,
of
that's
his
my
house.
favorite. That's one with what's his name again? Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
in that one.
Robert Englund's in that.
Yeah,
in
Robert
that too.
Englund is there. That's
yeah,
his
yeah.
due.
But
That's
Neville,
like passing the torch, sort of.
Yeah. But Neville Brand, I found out, was the second most decorated American soldier in World War II after Audie Murphy.
Oh wow! Audie Murphy got the better pictures.
Yeah, well, that's debatable, but
he got the more promoted pictures.
Yes, certainly. But I was just like, it's like one of those things, you know, where you find out that Christopher Lee was like a secret, it was like an actual secret agent. Actually worked like for I think MI5 or something like that. With
his cousin is on our show regularly, James D. Lee, who's doing the Steins book. He talks about going to family reunions as a kid, and you know, there's Christopher Lee, and he's like this real tall person. And I just DM'd him the other day, said, "Hey, I just got a Blu-ray review solicitation for a movie with Christopher Lee in it, and I'm asking for it." He's like, "Oh yeah, what is that?" I was like, "Eugenie."
Now you know that I am a Hammer Horror stan and a Christopher Lee stan and a Peter Cushing stan. I don't know if you've seen these wonderful Mego figures they recently came out with.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That looks
dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's got the hand and everything. And yeah, I actually
want to suck your blood.
I actually missed my opportunity to meet Christopher Lee because he was signing his autobiography, Tall, Dark, and Gruesome, at the Virgin Megastore in New York City. And I'd been dating this girl, and she had done me dirty, and I wasn't really, feeling very good or very self-confident. And so rather than like stand online and meet him, I just kind of hovered around, like pretended to like browse the books as close as I could get to him. Just that every now and then look over and be like, it's fucking Christopher Lee. Because if I had actually gone up to him and he had said something like, "Sir, you're a bloody fool," I would have been right off a bridge. I wasn't willing to take that chance.
Eugenie is apparently some Marquis de Sade, the woman's naked all the time.
Yeah.
Like Christopher
Yeah, it's by
Lee's in
Jess
it?
Franco. Oh yeah. He made a few movies with Jess Franco. The Horrible Judge. That also has another name. No, The Bloody Judge. He did with, and also the most accurate Dracula movie at that time, Count Dracula, which was directed by Jess Franco, had Klaus Kinski in it as Renfield. You couldn't ask for a better Renfield than Klaus Kinski.
That would work.
And in it, you have Christopher Lee playing Dracula, but it's the only film in which he looks exactly like the character because he has the mustache. And when you first meet him, the hair is gray, and then as the story is progressing, he's getting younger. Mm-hmm. So Jess Franco was like a Spanish director. I think he might be in the top spot on the IMDb for like director's credits. I think that he made something like 300 or 400 movies.
Jesus.
You talked about missed opportunity to meet him there. That reminded me of my missed opportunity. I was in Chicago on a business trip for taking a class, and I took my wife with me at the time. And I said, while we're here, I'm going to go to the Warner Brothers store because they were still a thing then.
Yeah,
and I'm going to get myself that Alex Ross Teen Titans plate to add to my collection.
Ooh.
So that's what I wanted.
Right.
And we went to the mall, and it was drizzly, and she was miserable, and it was like an outdoor kind of mall thing where it's like everything wasn't all inside. You had to walk under.
Yeah. We
She's
got
like,
one of
it's
those right
cold.
here.
I don't want to be here. Can you just do this tomorrow? I'm like, fine. I'll come back here tomorrow. If it's raining, I'll come without you. So we went back the next day, and it wasn't raining. We went into the Warner Brothers store, and they said, "Can I help you?" And I'm like, "I don't want to look around because I'll spend too much money. So yes, I'm looking. I'm looking. I want to get an Alex Ross plate, well, the Teen Titans plate." Like, okay, just a second. And they went in the back, and then they came back out 5 minutes later. They're like, "We can't find your plate." I'm like, "Oh, you don't have any in stock?" "Well, we have them in stock, but we can't find yours." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Oh, we thought you were here yesterday when Alex Ross was in the store signing them."
Oh, fuck!
Looked at her.
You
I
made
said,
all
"I'll
of
take
this
one of the
crap.
unsigned ones, thank you, and I'll take that poison ivy statue."
Straight to the moon.
Yeah, wait till we get home, honey. You and I are going to talk, and I'm not speaking.
I will say, neither one of us knew he was there.
No, I know. It's not. No, it's not. Yeah, it's. Oh man. Almost like. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Jake.
I got one too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Don Rosa.
Don Rosa. Oh, that's a very agonizingly familiar name.
Disney artist.
Donald Duck Comics.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Scrooge McDuck and that sort of a thing.
Yeah, Scrooge McDuck. The life and times of Scrooge McDuck.
Right. Yeah.
So
I knew that name sounded familiar. I couldn't.
Yeah. So
place it.
he's like the second coming of Karl Barks, right?
Right.
And me living in a country where Donald Duck Comics is really revered as being like literature and all that shit.
Yeah.
He was passing through the country on like a tour signing,
Nice.
because he is getting old, so he wants to like get around like Europe and all that stuff. He passes by the neighborhood, and I figured, hey, I'm low on cash right now, so I don't know if he's gonna charge or not. But I just sat for most of the day, just like really like betting on whether or not he was gonna charge, because I heard that he was gonna sell prints and all that stuff that was gonna signed and all that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I would have had like the book to if I did bring the book, I would have that signed. By chance, something like led into another, and I was like, I was up. I had been up for like 24 hours, so I went downtown, and I passed by where he's at. I see the row. Like there's like this mile road down like 3-4 blocks full of people who wants to meet the guy, and I'm like, fuck this. There was no chance. But me being like dumb I am, I stand in line. The fucking minute I am about to enter the doorway, the door shuts and says, "Oh, sorry, we can't take more people in because of the capacity." And I'm like, wow, fuck. He's right above one floor above me, like just sitting there. And I'm like, I could have met my childhood hero, but I wavered and I doubted, and I didn't bring myself to beat up early just to get the book signed. What the fuck did I do?
But here's the thing. That then motivates you in the future to not make those mistakes again, and not to miss those opportunities again.
Oh, I never been into signing ever again then.
Oh, okay.
I'm not really that big of a signer. But
no,
it's sort of like, it kind of made sense to go and just like see the guy who has been one of the architects of your child.
Of course. Right? Yeah.
It kind of gets a little bit soft on that. But other than
that,
right. It's really critical eye on who I want to meet and not, because never meet your heroes.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and for the Christopher Lee thing is why I finally plucked up the courage, because I'd seen her at a convention once before, and I had checked it out, was Barbara Steele, who was a horror movie actress, and not that well known. outside of like, cult circles. But to me, like up there with Boris Karloff and Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing and Lon Chaney Jr. and all those other folks, right? And I didn't geek out. I was like, don't geek out, don't geek out, don't geek out. But you got to do this. You got to kick yourself if you don't do this. You got to do this. You got to do this. And she was perfectly charming. And I always make sure that people, when they sign something for me, that they personalize it.
Oh, yeah.
Because I want them to know that it's not, that it's not going on eBay. It's going on my wall or on my shelf, right? And so like, I'm making small talk. I'm like, so like, I heard you were married. I was very distressed when I heard that. And she said, I'm not married. Where did you hear that? And I said, she didn't look up when she said this. And I'm just like, on the internet. And, naturally, of course, I believe everything I read on the internet. And then she looked up at me and smiled with those fucking cat eyes. And that's when I was like, it's like what I think it was Gene Siskel or Roger Ebert, one or the other, said the difference between a movie star and an actor is a movie star is somebody that you idolized when you were a child, right? Mm-hmm. And I think there's a lot of truth in that. I think it's just something that, about, like to me, Christopher Lee was Dracula.
Is that why I got a thing for Linnea Quigley?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, dude, you got to love you some Linnea. I mean, look, Joe Buckwig said it best. He said there's two kinds of people in this world. There's Brinky Stevens guys, and there's Linnea Quigley guys.
Yeah. I've got Linda Carter on my wall over here. I can't show the picture on YouTube because
I know the one for Apocalypse Now.
Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, man. Hey, dude, she was the woman that made me realize when I was a little boy that I liked girls.
Yep. It was Yvonne Craig for me.
Woo!
Yeah. And you talk about getting cut off in line there. Made me think of
that's borderline furry shit right there. I'm sorry, RJ. You were saying?
It was just the story about getting cut off in line right when you're almost there. Reminded me of another con I was at, and I was standing behind the table because I was setting up the interview with Harlan Ellison.
Oh, wow!
And I was talking with Susan, his wife.
Okay.
And it was like time for him to go to a panel, and they're like, we got to cut this line off here. So she goes out to the line, and she puts puts her hand and says, okay, we can't take any more people past this point. Well, the guy she cuts off, his ears are still burning because he looks at her and says, you don't have a convention badge on. You're not staff here. Who are you to, cut this line and say who can't get there? And everyone knows who Harlan Ellison is and what his personality was.
Yeah. Somewhat abrasive.
Susan was the opposite most of the time. Susan was Mary Poppins. She was a beautiful British lady with such a polite accent,
right,
and demeanor.
Right.
And she's like, I'm Mrs. fucking Ellison. And by the way, you, and you can all come up to the line. You cannot. She did behind him and made the line longer. But
oh my God. God damn. That's some Harlan Ellison level shit. He obviously rubbed off on her.
He was like, it was going to be cut off there, but he got smart with her, so she took the three people behind him, and
just don't be an ass. Just be nice. It's not so hard to just be nice to people. For fuck's sake.
The weekend, you could get back in line later. You could go to the panel and probably, talk to him to sign something there.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's nothing worse than a sense of entitlement.
Every year we try to leave behind old beefs if they, if they're not like real important, just like drop that shit.
Yeah, man.
French. And this year it just seemed like everybody doubling down on dumb. I don't know what's going on.
I know. Well, it's very discouraging, man. No, I mean, it's people have been doubling down on dumb. There's a lot of factionalism. I mean, just in the country itself, we're very bifurcated right now because the propaganda is so goddamn good.
It's just crazy. It's like we're all trying to do the same thing, and that's proved that indie comics are actually the better of the Western comics, and that's what people should be behind, as opposed to the big two. You should be behind people like this guy right here, that guy up there, these guys down here. Okay, these are the people that you should be behind, because these are the people that are actually passionate about what they're doing and dropping talent on you.
I was going to say that's the thing that makes our book special, is that they're passion projects.
Yeah, you guys.
They're not. There's nothing cynical about them.
You don't have a huge marketing department. You don't have somebody slapping a brand on your name that makes people buy it, whether it's fucking any good or not. Okay, y'all know people buy Marvel comics and because it says Marvel on it.
Yep.
Because it's damn sure not the same style of art or anything that we've all been doing for the last 30, 40 years, buying, following, whatever. It's completely different now. It is subpar to the stuff you guys do in indie comics. And
dude, if we were on a level playing field, which is, I understand this is America, right? Everything is fucking
That's what I'm saying. If you guys
right?
had a marketing scheme behind you guys, you'd be outselling all of the big two's titles.
Dude, if you put us in the ring with those fools, we'd be boxing circles around them.
Yeah.
They wouldn't. Yeah, it would be like Mike Tyson round one knockouts.
What are you doing, Andy? What is that?
Yeah, no, I was going to say this. Andy, want to share some of his dope ass art, because I have seen it and it is really cool. No, you don't. You're excellent.
I suck shit. I suck big balls.
He's by the way, everybody, if you're not familiar with Andy, he's a professional tattoo artist. That's his his main medium. That's the bread and the butter. That's what enables him to do the dope shit. It's
what allows me to do the crazy, stupid shit that I do on a daily basis.
This is totally.
You forgot cool, crazy, cool, stupid shit.
The guy who created Crumb, the guy who created the Madness logo, is also a tattoo artist by trade.
Hey, Preston actually has done tattoos. Did you know that?
That's
cool. Look at that, so cool.
Look at that.
Yeah, and Homeboy is like multimedia too. Andy's like doing some really, really cool, interesting shit that he's been privy to. He'll share as much or as little as he likes with the rest of y'all. But man, he's got it going on.
I think we need to get Andy out to CromCon, Brian.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm working on a bunch of stuff right now. My own comic books and stuff. And then I'm playing with molding and casting stuff too. I'm working on perfecting a method of production for a certain gorilla with guns at the moment.
Yeah, he is,
and having fun with it,
which is awesome. Yeah, I'm glad it's not like a horrendous ordeal.
No, it wasn't that bad. It's finding the time to do this stuff, because I do all of it at work, because I don't have the space at home.
That's so cool. I love you got the Kirby crackle down for sure.
Yeah, I love that. I love Kirby. He's a big influence. Here, you can definitely see Kirby in this next one. There, you can see it in that one.
The dynamism. Yeah.
I got to throw a special thank you out right now to Frog G. I just seen that he retweeted the Gein campaign over there.
Yeah. Frog G.
Hey, Froggy.
Love that dude. And love those dudes. Love Inky, love Jason. Those dudes are fucking awesome.
All those guys.
Yeah, man. Because they're down for the causa. They're down for the cause. Look at that. That's dope, dude.
Oh, damn, Andy. What the
That's like some Kyle Holtz shit right there.
This project is called Never. It's kind of my take on Peter Pan. But this is 3 years old. But I'm almost done with it.
I don't think I'm giving anything like away when I say that Homeboy has been working and perfecting his craft, and I keep getting on his ass like, when are you launching a campaign? When are you launching a campaign? When are you launching a campaign? You gotta launch a campaign. You gotta launch a campaign. He'll do it when he's good and ready, but he has a lot of work.
My goal is to have at least 3 or 4 projects done and in the can before I launch anything. That way I can concentrate on one thing at a time and not get behind.
Another long gamer.
That's the biggest problem in indies, is that people, when they start concentrating on trying to promote their campaign, they get behind on their campaign. And I'd rather have mine done and not worry about it, and then have other ones done so I'm not behind. Because when I don't feel like I'm being productive, I get depressed, and
Me too.
You keep working. You just let me know what you want promoted when you want promoted it, and I'll drop it wherever you want.
Yeah, I actually have about 18 projects in the works right now, and I have probably about 3 or 4 of them that are really close to being done.
Nice. It's so cool.
Well, we're here.
Yeah, you busted IPs.
Part of why I do what I do is because I know you guys don't have time to do everything. So always, you got stuff you want to share or stuff you want to tell people, let me know, man. That's what I do.
I admire you, Andy. Just
Thank
know
you.
that I got like 20 or so fucking projects, but I haven't lifted a single pen stroke on either of them, except for one, which I completed. So
okay, well, that's the thing, is as long as you finished something, but don't ever. I always encourage people, man, be productive and do work, and the whole hustle thing. I wish I didn't have to hustle as much as I do, because I'd rather just be making comics. Like if I had if I had a $250,000 campaign, I'd be busting. I'd be busting IPs, man. I get that book out and another and another and another. At least try to get to a point where, go. Bi-monthly I think is still probably a pipe dream, but quarterly we could probably manage that. But we need your support, people. We need your support.
But I also want to print and do all that stuff myself too. So all my stuff are going to be ash cans. I'm going to print up all the ash cans myself. I spent 1.5 years figuring out how to do all that. Paper. Yeah, I know paper really well. Me and paper are very close fucking friends.
Well, can I also just jump in here real quick and mention one of the things that's really special about Andy is that all of his work has a he's doing this intentionally so that everything has a handmade feel to it, because it is handmade, right? I know that when it comes to my comic books, I regret that I can't work the machine, that I can't pour in the ink and hit the button or whatever it is that prints the books. He's a very hands-on guy and wants to get things to you that are handmade by the artist. Quality, of course, Not like he's going to rattle off a bunch of Xeroxes and staple them together like a 90s punk rock zine or something like that.
I suck at putting links in the chat.
It's so good,
I'd use my phone. You got to put the HTTP if you want it to be a link.
Oh man, it's whack. Oh yeah, look at the card. Look at the card.
That's a nice holograph. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. Check those out. He made those himself by hand.
And they're thick as fuck too.
Yeah. Nice.
Get out of here. Those are sweet.
Right?
This is actually, if I lay it down. Okay. It's a 3 fold card.
Dude.
And then if you flip it over, it is also a 3 fold card.
See, that's some George Peter Gatz's shit right there.
That's That's a triptych plan, dude.
And
Right?
then I have the individual cards that on the back actually have a giant image as well. The books I'm screwing around with, or where are you? Where are you? Let me grab you. I actually have a mock-up of it because it's completed.
Beautiful black and white art.
And then I made some prints that are the same size that are on
This is so cool.
thicker paper with glossy sheen.
Oh, look at that. That's
almost like lithograph.
Yes, yes.
And then I was screwing around with, I like the shiny shit.
I know, it's so cool. Because I'm like, wait a second, that's black and white. Why am I seeing color?
Yeah, it's just a holographic paper.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, I'm screwing around with all kinds of stuff.
Cool shit, man. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm doing it myself because I love that stuff. I love playing with it. I love,
the tactile thing, right?
Dude, that was killer.
Well, you know what? Because you know what that makes you think of? It makes you think of William Blake, the poet. Tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night. What fearful hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry? Because he wasn't just a poet; he was also an artist and a illustrator and a painter. Would work in watercolors, right? And I got to see some of those because I'm a huge William Blake fan. And the thing that blew me away about his art when I saw it was tiny. Like everything was small because everything was made. He was making his own books. That's to say, there are certain copies of books that he made like by hand, where there's literally only like 9 or 10 in existence, and he would do like these copper relief covers and everything, and all of the illustrations and paintings were original works of art. I mean, he would try to recreate, but every one was made by hand. That's kind of what this reminds me of, a similar approach.
So, like the dimensions that was shown in the Red Dragon, the recent movie.
Oh, I never saw that.
You never saw that one? Okay,
no.
So there was a scene there where
Francis Dolarhyde gets his hand on the painting and jams it down his yam.
Or
the novel. Yeah.
I was thinking of it if it had like those.
Yeah, very tiny. Yep, very like I said. It was one of the things that's cool about living just outside of New York City is there's the Met, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and they had a William Blake display. Naturally, I was there and went to check it out. It was cool too because there were these black kids, these two homies hanging out, and they were just like, "Yo, dude, check out the line work. The line work is dope." And it was so cool seeing these dudes, right, that were just like couldn't be more modern, just getting off on this amazing art from the 1800s. And that's the thing that's so wonderful about art is that it's so transcendental of time because times change, people don't, and the human heart always remains the human heart. And if it's something that's good and it speaks to one generation, if it's great enough, it'll speak to every generation that comes after it too. That's
what really strikes out with Blake's art, especially, is like how he uses and utilizes the forms in the way that he does. Like I never seen such a powerful triangle outlining, and especially that picture with I think
the composition.
When God is giving lightning or something stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the one with the head.
Yes.
That shit just blows my
mind. Astounding. Yes. Yeah. Visionary. He's one of those artists from the past that I wish more contemporary artists were aware of, or even comic book artists were aware of. It's like, oh, you need to check this dude out. He's one of those guys.
Or engage with some pre-Raphaelite art.
Yeah. Or I remember being in a classroom, and I just like took over the projector, and I was just like, I showed all the kids there. I was kids meaning like people that are like late teens, early 20s, college students, right? And I showed them Hieronymus Bosch. I'm like, what year do you think this painting's from? And they were like, I don't know, like 1920. Good guess. Like, no, 1500s. It's like homeboy was like literally like 400, 500 years ahead of his time. Now you see, this is beautiful. This is like this has a very, very strong John Romita Jr. Vibe to it.
Well, I believe in, like, people would talk about, tracing is wrong. Okay, the base of this was traced off a Jim Lee card just because I was trying to learn. I'm not great with drawing women, so like to figure out how to draw women, you all start out by copying. And, you copy and you trace, and then you build off of that, and that's what I was doing here. And I'm not one of those guys that's afraid to say, oh, the base of this was taken from this, or because that's how you learn.
Yes.
Anything.
Yes. It's so true.
Like how did J.C. Leyendecker become so famous? Fucking referenced.
Yeah, well, I mean,
every fucking painting that he did was referenced from a photograph of something, at least, and just like built on it.
Right.
But his shape and composition work, totally his. It's just like he had guidance along the way too.
Well, I think a lot of beginner artists, they kind of don't get started because they're so afraid about, like, they want to be original and they don't want to imitate anybody, and it's just like, no, it's like you always start out imitating somebody, and then eventually you find your own voice.
Yeah, you have to screw around and copy things and play around with things, and like, you see how there's a lot of life field in that.
Yes, very much so.
I spent weeks and weeks studying Liefeld and tracing Liefeld and figuring out how it's done.
I hate
because
Liefeld.
It was very important to me that I had a very close look, but not exactly like Liefeld. Just like
right, exactly. You're picking up like the visual vocabulary.
Yep, just like this one has a very close, similar look.
Right, or like we were talking about that shot that was had that curvy dynamism to it, right?
Yep.
I keep saying about like Preston, he's one of those dudes. Preston Acevedo, he's leveled up now. Where like before I would look at his stuff, I'd be like, oh, that's so Frazetta, or oh, that's so Bisley. And now I look at his shit and I'm just like, damn, that's just so Preston. And it's like, you got there by imitating those dudes, and then eventually found his own path and his own style, because ultimately it's like only you can do you, and that's the goal.
Well, good artists create and great artists steal.
Oh, dude. And I'm shameless about that shit too. And I don't call it like homage. Like, I steal. Go ahead.
I run a counter to that and say, like, if you want to talk like an artist, you just learn how they talk, really. Because like everything is, we're all like in a big conversation when it comes to like art. You can pinpoint and say like, this is that artist, this is that artist. I'm a huge Mike Mignola fan. I don't, I'm unabashedly like ripping everything I try to learn from him out of foreground, background, and midground.
I mean, he's one of the greats.
Yes. Because he found a way to get around his shortcomings, especially with hands and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But when I'm taking something from him, I want to add to an already ongoing conversation that he already is interlocking with, because he uses German expressionism. He uses
he does.
All of these like influences.
Yep.
Comes in and builds and molds and stuff, and it's up to you as an artist to go and continue that molding and shaping of that, understanding yourself, and then you become more or less just better over time to expressing your own form and your own dialect.
Yes.
And that is what art is all about. It's not about stealing necessarily. It's just
I'm being harsh.
We learn to communicate, but we become articulate
Right. When I mean right, when I mean stealing, I'm like something like with Six Gun Gorilla. Like I was shocked only one person got what it really was that I was ripping off, which was like it's Tarzan in reverse. It's a Tarzan ripoff. Hello. You know,
See, I'm a very big Mignola fan and Phil Hester because they're in the same camp.
Yeah.
But then I also love like Ditko, Kirby, Byrne, Perez, Barry Windsor Smith, Walter Simonson. You know, and within the last 2 years, I've really started using that cross hatching stuff, and a lot of that's Bernie Wrightson and Barry Windsor Smith that has influenced me there, and it's really fun taking what you you draw prior, and then trying to incorporate new stuff into it, and figuring it all out, and then evolving, because if you never stop learning, then you keep evolving.
Yes.
I mean, like, let's go for another medium, like Quentin Tarantino watches tons and tons of movies. Like,
I know, I've seen them all.
Like, one of his quotes is like, his school is like the cinema, and the same thing applies for comic book people as well. If they read a lot of comics, they become visually literate, and then they start to follow their own like little gambit and path into the comics industry, or comics just like creating aspect of it.
My problem with Tarantino is that, like, when I said like I've seen them all, I mean I've like seen all the movies that he's seen, because whenever I watch one of his movies, it's just like it's a Frankenstein monster,
or it's like Lady
bits and pieces of other people's bits and pieces of other people's movies just kind of sewn together.
Yeah. But in kind of like a postmodern way to
what a word. I'm not a Tarantino fan personally, but I'm
not big into the guy. I'm more of a Fulci guy myself.
Oh yeah, Fulci. Well, Fulci's more metal, and you have to be metal. You're Norwegian, so.
I just like good movies. If they're well written, I don't give a shit who's the director.
Oh no, of course.
Actors. I'm not a big Tom Cruise fan, but there's a bunch of his movies I like.
Well, look, if it's dope, I'll admit it, whether it's by somebody I like or somebody that I don't like. Even if it's by an artist that I can't stand, I'll be like, yeah, that was good. You got to give credit where credit is due. It's just I prefer the artists like someone like Panos Cosmatos.
Fuck me! Don't get me started on that guy. I wanna sit down and have a dinner with him and just like pick his fucking brain. I have to know this guy.
He wants to have his babies.
What do you feel like? Well, because like I look at Panos Cosmatos, I'm thinking that's what Quentin Tarantino wants to be. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like I'll watch like one of his films, I'll be like Beyond the Black Rainbow. I'm like, wow, this guy really likes David Cronenberg. There's not a single moment where I'm like, oh, this is from that movie, this is from that movie, and so on and so forth, like a Quentin Tarantino movie is. I'm just like, wow, that guy really likes Cronenberg. Then I watch Mandy, I'm just like, wow, that guy really likes David Lynch. But there's not a single case where I'm like, oh, he stole this from that David Lynch movie, and so on and so forth. What you got there, RJ?
I told you I went out with Jason Hunt to that bookstore and made him spend a bunch of money.
Yeah.
I spent a little myself here.
Oh,
Flash
shit.
Gordon.
Nice.
Hold up.
Nice.
Yeah, baby.
Al Williamson stuff.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I had a friend that was doing like a space adventure comic, and it wasn't very good. I told him, dude, oh, fantastic. Oh.
Look at that cover.
A whole bunch.
Yeah, man. I'm such an Edgar Rice Burroughs stan. It's not funny. Barsoom.
These are like old first printings of stuff here. I mean,
damn.
Obviously, they were in magazines before that, but.
Oh, and the City of Gold. It's one of my favorite Tarzan stories right there. With Nimika the monkey. They never put him in the movies. I guess he was the inspiration for Cheetah, sort of.
I was aware of this character, and nobody's really doing anything with him anymore.
I didn't even see
I saw the
that.
books
He
there. I
was
had to
in the
pick some up.
background. Sorry about that, bro. What is up?
That's okay.
Where's Patty?
Do you know the Happy Killers? Or not the Avenger?
No, I'm very familiar with Doc Savage. I read a bunch of Doc Savage, but I'd never even heard of this character.
Yeah, the Avenger is Richard Benson, and he was in an accident. It wasn't an accident. It was a killing, a murder attempt that killed his wife and family, and it left all the nerves in his face dead. He has nerve damage completely over his face, so he has no emotions that are there, and his skin has gone gray. So the only way he can look normal is to put makeup on, skin colored makeup. But in doing so, he basically found out that like he had like what I had in my ankles for a while there, that pitting edema kind of thing, where like if you press in on your face, it just kind of stayed there.
Oh, so he molds his face to look like other people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
The underground, and he takes them out, and there's like this whole run of.
That's amazing. That sounds, dude. That's a character that I would that would be ripe for mining. Did they reprint those?
Ripe
I
for
don't know if
mining?
they reprinted them or not, but I'm going to pick up more of them.
Ripe for plunder.
I'm sure that Doc Savage hasn't made it into public domain. I'm sure somebody's holding on to the Avenger.
Brian, I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
this was already tried and tested with Darkman.
That was one of the first things I was thinking of, but Darkman's different. Darkman's creating it has synthetic skin.
Yes.
This is a guy that's like that's face is like clay, and so he's molding it so that he looks like different people.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's cool.
That
Darkman
is
was more like the Unknown Soldier.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's a very good analogy.
I wouldn't be so old dirty fatty.
Well,
Hey, how you doing?
Fatty? Yo.
I wouldn't be so sure that someone has the rights for Avenger. I did some research on something that's fairly popular in the sci-fi world. I had someone actually do some research for me and found out that as a comic book, even though it was done as a comic book once, famously,
yes.
Yet I'm not going to tell you what it was.
No. You don't want to give that shit away on air. Look, there's a property that I would love to do.
The rights are not for the project I want to work on.
Right.
Are still open. I mean, I don't know. Research it seriously. Just see. Might if it cost you like $500.
Yeah.
Just
Now
to find
DC
out.
Comics used him for a while. Very short.
Interesting.
They had a comic book series called Justice Incorporated.
Go ahead.
This was in the 70s, and it was that character. I mean, he wore.
It sounds familiar. Were these like the giant size ones that they were doing? Wait, because Doc Savage kind of jumped around, didn't he? Wasn't he in DC and then he was in Marvel? He seemed to kind of like switch hands, if I remember correctly, quite a bit.
He was a property that was leased out. Let me find.
Right, like Conan is these days. Right. Although Doc Savage, like the original superhero in so many respects. I mean, both Batman and Superman owe a great debt to Doc Savage. There's elements of Doc Savage in both of those characters.
Oh, I do a presentation on the men before Superman, and I start off with John Carter, who could leap tall buildings in a single bound, strange visitor from another planet.
Yes. Yes.
And then I lead into Philip Whitey's Gladiator. Nothing short of a bursting shell could penetrate his invulnerable skin.
Right.
And I said, and finally, we get a man whose skin is such that they refer to him as the man of a certain kind of metal, that you had to look up and away to see him.
Yeah.
Whose name was Clark Savage.
Yes. Yep. And I just love like that in that very first novel, that very first scene, which is actually like recreated in the George Powell movie, which starts out awesome and then turns into like a TV movie, like a shitty TV movie, right? But like the beginning of it is fantastic. where there's a dude that's like an assassin with a rifle, and he thinks he's looking at a bronze bust, and then he sees it blinking and moving its mouth. It's like, oh shit! Like that's why he's known as the Man of Bronze. He's just like that minty fresh. Oh my god!
But also he starts out it is what is little what do they call it? Solitaire.
Yes, Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, and he's meditating, and he goes onto the ice in the Arctic and starts meditating. It's all kind of really cool build up to all this story. I like that. Yeah, exactly. And it went to shit.
I know.
In no time. It's like they said, "Oh, is no one looking? Oh, we can just do whatever the fuck we want."
It could have been the Raiders of the Lost Ark of its time. Yeah. And I think it's a tragedy that we haven't gotten a Doc Savage movie since. I mean, now I don't want one, right? Wait until all this woke shit is over, and then maybe we can get a good Shadow movie,
Because that's who The Rock should play.
He was interested in the role. I know that. Yeah. He was lobbying for it.
DC did.
Oh, that's so cool. Is that Joe Kubert?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
that is Joe.
Fucking love me some Joe Kubert.
Yeah. So that's how I was first introduced to the character, was through this comic book that
that's so cool.
Issues.
Wow.
Remember when they were a quarter? Yeah.
Oh, dude, I remember walking into the mom and pop store with a pocket full of change and walking out with a stack of comics like this, and some candy, and some beef jerky, and some bubble gum. Would go to the cemetery, Lutheran cemetery, right next door, and sit there all day, reading comic books. Yeah, that was the shit. Kids these days, man. Yeah, and that's what makes me sad. Like that's why it hurts my heart when I see that my LCS doesn't sell comic books.
Shit, I haven't been to a comic book store in I don't even know how long. It's been over 5 years.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all I mean, not that there aren't still LCSs out there that sell comic books, but most of them are selling old comic books because they can't even I mean, shit, those poor retailers, they went to Marvel and said, look, we can't fucking sell this shit. And they were just like, well, I guess you guys just hate women and minorities. I mean, I'm sure you remember that, RJ, when that went down. And it's just like, wow, these motherfuckers just don't get it. Now, someone who does get it is Lucifer Storm. And, I mean, from talking to him, you could tell that this wasn't like, because at first I was thinking like, oh, is this going to be like an exploitation thing? Not that I have a problem. I love me some exploitation movies, right? Is this just going to be just like a wacky, zany thing? No. Like you could tell that this is a real story that's told from the heart and with depth of emotion. And it may be a wacky concept, but I myself know a little something about taking a wacky concept and trying to tell a deeper story about it. I mean, first of all, you got to keep people entertained. That's always job number one. But then if you can like hook them by the heart, that's when you really got them.
That's exactly it. He tapped into the one thing about Ed Gein. Whenever you see something about him, he looks and acts like a victim. And you thought, well, what if he really was a victim? Let's turn the whole story on its head.
Right.
Like it's very smart. Very smart. It seems like this mild, meek little guy just happened to, oops, I killed somebody.
It's how people who knew him described him.
Yeah.
And my goodness, it's just that he was a historical figure who inspired fictitious characters that are 100,000 times more famous or better known than he is.
Yeah.
That's
Psycho.
Norman Bates and Psycho, Leatherface, Buffalo Bill, and Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, he might be modern history's best springboard.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. When we had Lucifer on, the movie we were talking about was Deranged, which was made in 1974, and it's an excellent horror film. It really is. And people don't know it that well because it got overshadowed by another movie that came out that year called The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So the reason that movie is so overlooked and why I love the fact that we were taking a look at it is because, like, what are the other Ed Gein movies? It's like Psycho, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. These two 800-pound gorilla horror movies.
Yeah, it's
right?
another thing. Notice they had to be a big monster that in those other movies, a big dude that did it. When the reality is just the little guy, that little 150-pound older man. That's the one you should be afraid of.
well, in Psycho the novel, Norman Bates is pretty burly. In the movie, Norman Bates is intentionally, I think, maybe with, I don't know if this was just Hitchcock. It also may have been Joe Fasano. Is that the name it'll come to him in a minute. The guy who also created the Outer Limits. But I think they wanted, they made Norman Bates very meek and someone that didn't seem physically imposing or dangerous. Now, Gunnar Hansen, who played a Leatherface, I remember seeing him at a convention, and the dude was fucking ominous. I mean, very nice person, evidently a poet, but like a gigantic one, and not like he had like a gigantism or anything like that. He was just a big old fucking Viking, but the dude was just gigantic.
It's like the wrong casting choice for that Arnold Schwarzenegger Total Recall. When the short story it was taken from.
Yes.
It's more of a Dustin Hoffman character that you don't believe can do all these things. You think he's being conned the entire time until you find out, no, he really was a super badass. That would have been a better movie. But
at first David Cronenberg was going to do it, and he wanted Dustin Hoffman. And either him or Richard Dreyfuss, right? Because the whole idea is that when he's suddenly taking these guys out, it's like, what? Like, you're as shocked as he is. Whereas in the Schwarzenegger movie, or I should say the Paul Verhoeven movie with Schwarzenegger, that's an awesome movie. But when you see Schwarzenegger taking people out, it's like, yeah, well, it's Schwarzenegger.
Only 5 people? I expect only 15.
Exactly. It took him like a whole 30 seconds to like wipe out an army? What? Yeah, I mean, not to take anything away from that movie, because that movie is awesome. Yeah, but But the original story,
okay.
Well, the original story is called "We Can Remember It to You" for Wholesale,
and
the hero was your typical Philip K. Dickian schlub, right? Like, if you're going to do it today, it would be like Paul Giamatti would have been perfect. I don't understand why that guy hasn't been in any Philip K. Dick movies.
Yo, Shoot 'em up though. So good.
Well, I mean, he's brilliant. He's fantastic at everything.
American Splendor. God damn, he can act when he's got like some good roles.
Oh my God, yeah, and also a great, when he wants to be, a great scenery chewer. If you've seen him in, Ironclad.
No, I haven't.
Oh my God. First of all, it's like one of the best medieval gore movies ever made.
Okay.
It's definitely worth checking out. And he absolutely just masticates the scenery in that. And some of the critics didn't get it. They thought they're like, oh, his acting's terrible. I'm like, no, it's scenery chewing on purpose. It's it's one of those things. It's like if I think. Sometimes if people don't get it, I mean, I think people got it with like Anthony Hopkins and like, and Silence of the Lambs. I think people understood that it was scenery chewing, but it wasn't like Shatnerian scenery chewing. That it was like tactical. It was tactical scenery chewing.
Yeah. Hey! Don't put Shatner down too much. He's actually an astronaut, so it's like I'm really proud of the guy.
He has been in space.
He's done 2 things that are amazing. He's still alive, and he went to space.
And he's Canadian. Oh wait, Sim's not here. Fuck Canadians.
Yeah.
No, we love our brothers and sisters in Kazakhstan. We love our
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Shatner beat them all. to space.
Brian,
Every
don't
other
be hard.
space captain, he beat them all to space.
Brian, don't be hard on yourself. Assisted suicide is legal there.
Oh my
they're
god!
trying to convince kids to kill them. So, oh, you got bad grades? Well, we can kill you for wholesale. That should be a new movie.
Yeah, no
Best
shit.
thing I can
No
do,
shit.
yeah, kill yourself.
Well, they're already talking about that as a treatment for poverty, and
Wow.
yeah, it's just like, wow, God, it's maybe you want to turn yourself into Soylent Green or something. Jesus Christ, man.
that first episode joke with the suicide booth in Futurama is just getting realer day by day, man.
Yeah, it is. There were other authors that were writing about that at the turn of the century in like the 1920s already. So, yeah. But Ed Gein, Demon Hunter, not a comic about assisted suicide,
No.
but about the afterlife adventures of notorious ghoul and killer Ed Gein. See, I wasn't sure about him actually even having killed anybody. I always thought he was mainly just a ghoul, really. But then Lucifer broke down his entire history.
We killed that one woman in the store, and then I never
A cocktail waitress.
Yeah.
And also, I think there were other disappearances, but they don't know.
Oh, see, there you go. That's right. He confessed to a lot of murders.
Right, but that's not. Yeah, but that's not always reliable because, like with Henry Lee Lucas, he had a body count in the triple digits, because what the cops do when they find somebody like this is they take their entire caseload of unsolved murders and they put it on that person because they're convenient, and then they're just like, hey, maybe you killed these people too.
Yeah,
maybe I did.
Would you like us to add more to your commissary?
Yeah, exactly.
Our cases.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so that unfortunately makes it very unsure, uncertain of how much damage these people actually caused.
Yeah, there's one guy in Sweden who comes like out of the woodwork every now and then, just say, "Hey, I did it," and it's sort of funny that his name is Thomas Quick, and he does this shit every now and then. Whenever there's an unsolved murder or some shit, he'll be there.
Wow, yeah,
man. I remember seeing. I think it was who was it? It wasn't was it Varg Vikernes? It was like one of those dudes. One of those death metal dudes that were Norwegian death metal dudes that was in prison, and they showed his room, and it looked like a dormitory room. He had a computer and like a TV and like an Xbox and all this other shit.
Yeah, that was like in Switzerland.
No, I think it was like in Norway.
Norway, one of those three.
Scandinavia, yeah, somewhere in Scandinavia. I'm pretty sure.
My neck of the woods.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, damn, your prisons are mellow out there, man. If I ever have to go to the joint, remind me to get locked up in a Norwegian.
Oh yeah, sure. You actually here's a neat little hack. If you're an immigrant, just do crime. Just do crime, and then you get a 4-star hotel, no expenses, all on a stage. Come on.
Well, New York, that's what's happening. Yeah.
No, I'm just being joking here. I'm not.
It's actually happening in New York. New York, they're actually getting the good hotels and getting fully fed.
Well, the thing is that we believe in a softer zoning of like your prison sentence rather than the prison system or prison complex that you guys run over in the States.
Ours is horrible, yeah.
But there's like this thing like you can't get maximum sentencing here. You have maximum sentencing here in Norway, but it's up to 21 years. But your case will be retried, and you could be just like going on indefinitely for that. So it won't be like charged with like 150 years. But
right.
But it'll be like a retrial.
Your justice system makes a lot more sense than ours does, I think, and it's actually focused on like harm reduction. And here, it's they can give a rat's ass about rehabilitation and all that shit. You can ask Pops. He's done time in an American pen. He knows what's up.
Well, that whole rehabilitation thing, that's a Mennonite concept. The Mennonites introduced that idea.
That's true, isn't it?
It's kind of look. Recidivism is business in this nation.
Yes, it's not a design flaw. It's a feature.
Yeah,
it's a feature. Like once you go to prison, you're in the system, and the whole system's designed to just bounce your ass right back into fucking prison.
Yeah.
Because we don't make things here in America anymore. You know? We just lock motherfuckers up. And I'm sorry, we do still make shit. We make a lot of bombs. we can make a lot of weapons. We'll blow. You got some people that need blowing up. We'll give you shit to blow them up with.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
Wait,
yeah, man.
Aren't the U.S. Like the U.S. Military complex just like a meat grinder? Where
absolutely.
It expects people to conscript.
Well, we have this thing in America called the poverty draft, where basically it's like we can have as many wars as we want as long as we don't draft people. So we just basically make a certain group of people's lives so unbearable they just sign up because it's either that or prison.
What the fuck? And at the other end, you got like the homeless veteran shit.
Oh my god! Oh yeah, Uncle Sam treats veterans like dog shit. The way that Uncle Sam treats veterans is shameful, to say the least.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's really not good. But fortunately, right now we're not fighting a war; we're fighting a proxy war. So we can just we're not
shipping. Another Vietnam. That's what it is. It's another Vietnam. We're just doing the same
war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The U.S. has always been in war with Eurasia. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yep. It's like, we don't even have journalists here in America anymore. They're all just PR people. And then, when you have, guys that actually commit acts of journalism.
You mean ESG agents?
Yeah, there you go. Oh, man. It's like, I don't know what they're going to do if they ever get Julian Assange over here. I personally think that they're just going to try.
Isn't he in prison right now in this country?
He got extradited.
Okay, oh, is he in the United States now? I thought he was in England.
I can't keep up on that. I just know it's a fucking tragedy.
Well, yeah, they're torturing him to death. Yeah.
He got forced out of the embassy at the end.
Yep. No, I know that, but I don't think they've extradited him to here, so we can extradite him to Guantanamo Bay and stick a red hot poker up his ass.
I thought he was somewhere in America. Wow. Well,
yeah, who knows where the hell? Who knows where the hell he is or what they're doing to him? But
he did that journalism thing. That's not allowed.
No, it's not.
Either that, or what happens? If you happen to tattle on a certain political family,
yeah,
you end up committing suicide by hanging yourself 30 miles away from where you live in a forest.
Yep.
By extension cords.
Dude.
Yeah, extension cords and shoot yourself in the chest with the shotgun.
Yeah, man.
I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, man, right? Dude, the shit happens. More than you would think.
Remember.
What about 2 in the back of the head? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
They did that. They did that with a pregnant woman. Who's saying that basically that Clinton fucked her. And all of a sudden, she commits suicide by shooting herself in the back of the head.
Yeah. There was also a whistleblower.
Seth Rich.
Whistleblower that
That
shot himself in the back of the head.
Wow.
No. Actually, that was a robbery. Except the guy shot him in the back of the head and then didn't take his wallet or anything.
Yeah, robbery in which nothing was stolen.
Yes.
It's not always just those single deaths. Don't forget. She was about to be indicted for Whitewater when the building where all the papers were that would have proved it was bombed.
Paul Wellstone, that plane that went down.
Timothy McVeigh.
Yeah. There's a lot of shit, man.
What the hell?
Oh, well, that's crazy conspiracy shit. I just love the fact that with the Epstein thing, for a month, everybody kept their mouths shut and then went, yeah, no, that was bullshit at the same time. For a month, people didn't say shit. And then everybody kind of looked at each other and went, that's complete bullshit. No,
I like what Crowder did. He actually tried to reenact it.
Yeah.
And he went to the nth degree, built a fake room, He got a new. He tried to make the thing the way they said he did, and he was literally jumping from the bunk bed to trying to hang himself with the amount of pressure he would need, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't hang himself.
Imagine that.
never-
Oh, that's a crazy conspiracy theory, though. Tin hat. Tinfoil hat, I mean.
Dude,
until
I
they
know the
release
girl
the
who,
list and prosecute the people that they used to prosecute Ghislaine Maxwell, until they get that client list and they start prosecuting people, I will never trust our government, our Department of Justice, or FBI until they start going down that list and putting people in prison.
There it is.
Don't give a shit what they
That's
say.
never going to happen.
They're
That's
lying.
never going to happen. Why do you think they're pushing the whole maps thing? It's just like
I don't trust them about.
Oh, fuck off with that
They will not
bullshit.
release
Send them straight to fucking Florida, where they belong.
Yeah, man.
Because they got the hardest fucking penalties for those kind of people.
Yeah, well, look,
They've got a whole fucking village for that.
they're just misunderstood.
Yeah,
they're just misunderstood. It's just you're just bigoted.
Misunderstood.
Exactly why they're pushing all this stuff all the time
Yeah.
about letting children change their genders and express their sexuality, because as
Yeah.
soon as you can consent to expressing your to expressing your sexuality, you're old enough to consent to using that sexuality.
Yup. None of this shit's by accident, man.
You
None of
can't
this shit's by
be
accident.
11 years old and say, I'm this or that. I'm not what I was born. I'm not what I should
You
normally
ain't
be.
even had a chance to
Because
fire
as soon
that
as you
thing up
can,
yet.
then you get to do that thing.
Right.
I swore when I was a kid I was an alien and I wasn't part of my actual family.
Werewolf. See, that's the thing. It's just like if I can actually, say just I am what I identify by, and that like magically changes reality. It's like, oh, cool. I guess I'll be a werewolf. Always wanted
Mommy,
to
can
be
I
a
get a
werewolf.
tattoo? No, you're not old enough. Mommy, I think I'm a girl. Okay, well, let's go to the doctor.
Let's get things
I know, right?
removed. That's fun.
I know.
I'm pretty happy that I'm not on Twitter.com anymore because I just saw this drive-by of a topsy-turvy posts that I just frequented on the YouTube community thing. Trans age, I just checked out immediately.
Oh my god.
That is just like a fucking fallacy that is waiting to be slippery sloped.
Oh, dude.
You've seen the trans species girl, right?
No.
Oh yeah, she identifies as a dog, and therefore that's whom she's had relationships with.
Yeah, that's the one that went out and openly admitted that she performed bestiality on multiple occasions, and isn't that?
Oh, she's been doing that for
illegal?
fucking to be a decade now.
Isn't that kind of like illegal?
I don't know.
In some states, yes.
I don't know
In
anymore,
others,
man.
consent.
I don't know. Mind you, that could also be somebody. I mean, I don't know who this person is. They might be taking the piss, or they might be trying to if they have an OnlyFans, that's a clue.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm just shocked that somebody dumb enough to go out there and publicly say something like that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If somebody actually does that, it might be because they might want certain financial attention or attention from people that are gonna
Have you seen the world lately?
Yeah, seriously.
Hey, Brian, they don't call it dumb money for nothing.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. Fellas,
Trans age where people want to be identifying as something younger than what they are.
Dude, seriously, I'm down with that. People think,
but,
people think I'm like in my 40s. I don't correct them.
Yeah, they want to go a lot younger than that, Brian.
there is one thing you can't pretend to be.
Yes.
You cannot pretend to be transracial. They're
working on it.
That's where they're trying.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Trying.
That means Rachel Dolezal is a hero.
No. Elizabeth Warren been doing that for years.
That's true too. But Rachel Dolezal, I have a special place in my heart for her.
That shit ain't new. They've been doing that shit for a long time.
old Talcum X on Twitter there.
Yeah, man.
No,
I remember the Young Turks signed him. This is like before the Young Turks became total fucking shit libs, right? Total Clinton puppets. This is before they got their money from not Mark Zuckerberg, the guy who owns Jeffrey Katzenberg. Right? This is before Jeffrey Katzenberg bought them for $20 million, right? And they were like, yeah, well, guess who we just added to the team? Sean King has been added to the team. And then it came out that he was a white guy pretending to be black, and he disappeared for a full year. An exact year. So it was like they had him under contract, but they couldn't do anything with him.
Who's the other one? The chick that was running the DNC, Debbie, whatever her name was.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Yeah, was trying to act like she was a different race than she is.
I don't know. That beats me. I can't keep up with that shit. I do love me some Rachel Dolezal though. I do love it. Yeah, she has. Well, you know what it is when they had the Netflix series about her. I was sitting down. I was ready to fucking enjoy myself. I had the popcorn. Oh yeah, you didn't know it. You don't know who Rachel Dolezal is?
Yeah, I know who Rachel Dolezal is, dude. I know Black Israelite documentaries that claim everything is a fucking war. Goddamn.
Oh yeah. But Rachel Dolezal just basically was pretending to be black and got busted. Her parents actually outed her.
Yeah, I know that part. No, actually, it wasn't her parents. It was a friend first, and then the parents came out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I was ready to. I mean, because I found out, oh my God, they're dedicating an entire Netflix series to this person. I am fucking down for that shit. And I sat down, I watched the first episode, and what ruined it for me was her kids, because her kids were. I mean, look, her kids were at that age where parents are already mortified by their parents. You know, where kids, like, they could have the coolest parents in the world. It doesn't matter. They could be rock stars. They're mortified by their parents. It's just the age. And parents always take it personally, even though they shouldn't. There's something about it that always hurts them, right? And I'm thinking, these kids are at that age, and their mother is Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah.
And it ruined it for me. Because I mean, she was just a clown, but then I saw, like, these poor kids were like, oh my God, Mom, what are you doing? It's like I have to go to fucking high school with this shit? Oh.
Are you saying the kids will pick on other kids for shit like that?
You're already embarrassed by your parents, and your parents, trying this like Rachel Dolezal?
Picture this scenario. You have Rachel Dolezal.
Yes.
And then you have all these moms that are getting on OnlyFans, and then you have like the kids going to high school, and then suddenly they find out that she's got an OnlyFans. What's most embarrassing, your race grifter or Stacy's mom?
Yeah, it could be worse. It could be worse. But here's the thing: if their mom has an OnlyFans account, they're not on Netflix. They're not everywhere. Do you know what I'm saying? They're on OnlyFans.
They're on hard drive, that is.
Yeah, but when your parent is famous for like something really fucked up like that, it's like,
I need to know if that police officer has kids now.
Which one?
The female one who just got kicked off the force.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I heard a little bit about something. I didn't hear the entire story. I did hear a little bit about it.
She signed up to serve and protect the rest of the officers.
Oh, snap!
Service and protect.
Oh, snap!
Service something, but I don't know about
no. That's no.
Oh, snap!
Oh.
Ain't she the one that did the whole precinct or something, RJ?
Oh my God, that's too funny. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fellas, I'm sorry. I gotta tap out. It's like 2:00. We've been at this for like 4 hours. Are you guys gonna keep this going? You tapping out?
I'm tapping out. It's 8:00 here.
Yeah.
Man,
I think we can call it.
All right, folks, this is your last chance. Let's try and get a Lucifer across the not Lucifer, not the demon.
All hail Lucifer.
Yeah, not the Lucifer that Slayer and other heavy metal bands sing about. We're talking about Lucifer Storm, the author and artist, and like I said, you can go to his website, luciferstorm.com, and you can download the entire first issue for free. Now, what does that tell me? That tells me that is a man that is very confident in the quality of his product. You know, I'm saying you can sniff the stuff, and there's probably no baby laxative in it.
There's 2 hours left. It's good stuff. Hey, it ain't for everybody, but geez, do us all a favor. Click that little Facebook or Twitter thing, whichever it is that you use. Click it. Send this thing out to everybody. 2 hours left, man. Look, but even if he doesn't get all the way there, Lucifer is the kind of guy that's still going to send these books out. So let's get him as close as we can if we can't get him all the way there.
Right. Exactly. And remember, this is your chance to like give a worthy man a massive morning erection when he gets up in a few hours.
Yeah, it'd be cool if he woke up and he was over $2,000.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. All right, everybody. I gotta peace out. I will much love to everybody. I will talk to you soon.
See y'all later. I'm out too.
Jay, you want to tell everybody where they can find you real quick?
Criticalblast.com.
Yeah, I want to devout too. You can find me anywhere except for Newgrounds, funnily enough. And if you want to look up my finished product, you can type in bone meal at your search engine or on the newgrounds.com, and you can find the most experimental, most existential, absurdist comedy that is a kinderprize. I'm failing at this sales pitch. It's a Kinder Surprise for each script that you're going to consume. So take it by piece, eat it, have fun, and yeah, that's about it. And I'll be probably here come 2 years or so. So yeah.
Brother,
I'll be seeing you. I'll be seeing you all. Bye-bye.
Andy.
You can find me on Twitter at dan.monroe.art. That's pretty much it.
Cool. Thanks for coming out.
I'm boring.
Appreciate you, bro. Oh, Dirty Fatty, where do you hang out, bro?
Old Dirty Fatty number with the number 1, Old Dirty Fatty 1 at what do you call Twitter. And next thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be entering that Embrace contest, art contest. Nothing else other than that, because no one's come through with all these things. Like, I want you working for me. Hey, could you do this? No one's come through. So I'm just on hold.
Hey, I have that. I have people all the time. Pops, you know anybody that needs any work? And then when we post something into Madness where somebody's actually asking for work, it's like crickets.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we try, bro. We try. RJ.
I'm at Critical Blast everywhere.
There you go. Makes it simple. I want to thank you guys for coming, hanging out. Anybody who backed, this project, we appreciate you, man. And hopefully we'll be able to share the experience of our opinions of what we thought of the book after we've all read it. After we've all read all 4 issues and we've read the whole storyline, then we can all get together and talk about it. That'll be cool. It's been real. And not Geopsy, thank you. That's not what we try to do here, bro. Go back and game Demon Hunter. Even so, if you miss out on this, luciferstorm.com, just hit him up. He'll hook you up. Count on it. And with that, we're going to get out of here because it's like after 2 o'clock in the freaking morning. You know what I mean? RJ, thanks. Andy, thanks. Y'all have a good night, man.
Good night.
Comic Books for Kids provides comic books to kids in hospitals and cancer centers across the U.S. It's a place where we can all work together to make sure every child has a comic book. 100% of all proceeds go towards the kids. It's about making a difference, and while they're in the hospital, allowing them to fly like a superhero, battle dragons, or rescue teddy bears. We are in every state in the country and now support over 160 hospitals.